through the hotel and up to the street here. This water probably roughly 3 to 4 feet deep with waves on top of that. Dr. Knabb, this is what you were warning everybody about. This is why you're evacuating. This is not where you want to be when a hurricane hits.
No, it is essentially the worst case scenario for Fort Myers Beach, to have the center of basically a top end hurricane. It's right at the 4 or 5 threshold. And it is large because that eyewall replacement cycle went through, and it is pushing its strongest side with the maximum onshore push aimed straight into Fort Myers Beach perpendicularly. And Fort Myers Beach is at the apex of this concave shaped coastline that acts like basically a catcher's mitt to receive all that water in generally Southwest Florida, one of the most vulnerable storm surge areas in the country, rivaling some around the world because of how shallow the water is for such a long distance. And add to that, it is a slow mover. This is moving less than 10 miles an hour. So the onshore push will continue for a longer time than if it was a faster moving system. That allows the water to pile up even higher. And this is going to go up the Caloosahatchee River into Fort Myers. Fort Myers Beach is here. Fort Myers is up in here. So we haven't yet seen the max push up the river. Mike Seidel, what are you seeing where you are?
Good afternoon from Fort Myers. And this is the worst of Hurricane Ian. We have come up here for safety from the surge. Look at the wind howling through here. And where we were earlier, it looks like there's 3 or 4 feet of water. Waves crashing over the area from this morning. These winds are howling hurricane force plus and gusting over 100 miles an hour. The entire area, everything that's not up 20 feet is underwater right now. And it's just, this is one of the worst hurricanes I've ever been in, and maybe the worst as far as covering. Over 25 years and 90 storms, to be right in the eye wall of a high-end Cat 4, and the wind, let's just listen to the wind. This just amazing. And the issue is we're going to stay in this eye wall for a foreseeable future. So this is going to continue. I got to believe Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, Captiva, it's going to look like Mexico Beach after Hurricane Michael 4 years ago. I'm seeing debris floating in the Caloosahatchee River. If you can see it, looks like a North Atlantic Ocean storm here in Fort Myers. But let's turn back around and show this wind. Now it is getting channeled a little bit, but boy, this is just incredible. A hurricane season we thought wasn't going to even turn on. And look at this, late September. And we've got our first landfalling hurricane shortly here in the continental United States. I'm going to go right around the corner here. Stay out of the wind. Oh my gosh. The ocean, the river and the Gulf have just taken over everything. Water out here looks like about 4 feet deep. The pool has been completely annihilated by the surge. And I can't even estimate the surge at this point. Basically, the river has taken over everything around the hotel and these condos here on the river. Again, we're just inland from Fort Myers Beach. I haven't had a chance, Dr. Knabb and Mike Bettis, to check the latest wind measurement across the water from here at St. James Bay, but last time we checked, the gust was 97. It has to be higher than this now. Just the roar continues. And because it's moving slowly north-northeast,
Can we report 126? 126 Redfish Pass.
Several more hours at least. Shoot back over here and look at that wind. Just howling, and there's no let up now. And the rain too, my gosh. Dr. Knabb, Mike Bettis, we'll take it back to the studio. We'll keep you updated from here. Keep an eye on the radar and see how many hours are going to be in this.
Mike Seidel for us in Fort Myers. Extreme wind, extreme storm surge. You're looking at a rare view of live storm surge on Estero Boulevard in Fort Myers Beach. More from our teams, more from our expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, after this.
The Lab is presented by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
When the unthinkable happens, good neighbors show up. For 100 years, State Farm has been among the first to arrive, with the latest technology and tools to help you recover faster. State Farm has been there before, and will be there again and again. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
With Choice Hotels, there's always a reason to book it. Whatever your reason, save 20% when you stay 2 or more nights at participating locations. Book direct at choicehotels.com. Terms and conditions apply.
American Home Shield is a home service plan provider that helps cover the costs when parts of your home systems and appliances wear out.
Hopefully you guys can hear me. Good afternoon. Just letting you guys know, in case you've got loved ones in Florida, Kevin has formed a Caymanians in Florida, I guess kind of, Caymanians in Florida during the storm group. I'm going to go ahead and share the link with you all. It is a WhatsApp chat, and we're encouraging, if you have any loved ones in the Florida area, to please, join in to this WhatsApp group so that everyone can know what your position is. Everybody just wants to know that you're safe. So here's the link. Kindly take that link and share it with other Caymanians that you know might be in the Florida area. It's the quickest way, really, for people to just, number one, stay in touch with each other. Number two, to let everyone know during the storm that they're actually safe and sound. Again, this hurricane Ian is now moving inland, and it is definitely a whopper as a Category 4 hurricane, 155 miles per hour. We saw that surge that they were talking about there, and wow, it is just crazy, absolutely crazy. It's just, oh my gosh, unbelievable. So yes, I see a few more people joining in on the link. Thank you guys so much for doing so. Kevin, thank you. I don't know if Kevin is in a position. I don't even know if you guys have power. To kind of give us an update of what's happening in the Florida area. But for right now, just wanted to share that link with you guys. And we're showing you a little bit of the coverage that's coming in via the Weather Channel so that you guys can also stay abreast of what's happening. And obviously they have a number of different weather reporters in the different locations. So it is very, very scary. I mean, I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh my God, the storm surge and, the weather is just like shocking. Yeah. So Ava says, my twin is in the full force. Also, my brother, so scary. She's praying. Mammy says, lived in the Cayman Islands before 1980s. Loved it there. Hey, Mammy. Thank you so much. You're from Hollywood, Florida, and then we moved to Atlanta now, living and working in Nantucket. Remember those days, but we're moving back to Florida. Well, my dear, if you're moving back to Florida, then obviously you know that hurricanes are a thing in Florida. And, earlier this morning on the morning show, I was talking about the whole predicament with insurance and property insurance. And then a young lady who works for the Miami Herald is in her news group. Oh, hi, Andrew. Sorry, you're using your wife's account. And then, yeah, she was saying to me this morning, she's put up an article for the Miami Herald, but she said her insurance company, was canceling her insurance. So I was just like, oh my God, are you kidding? So yeah, she's on the verge. of having her property insurance canceled at a time like this. I thought this is crazy, but this is the exact same thing that I was talking about this morning. So it's like, these things they're not happening in isolation. So, they're happening to people, um, unfortunately, that we know, and people, all over, but definitely Florida is having a bit of an issue now. So, we'll continue with some live coverage here, and I'm going to bring the live feedback in just a second. So we got some footage from Fort Myers right now.
And most of the time, the water's now crashing over that camera. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, is with us. Dr. Knabb, you said that you believe there'll be buildings here on Fort Myers Beach that will not survive this storm surge.
Yeah, and even if parts of the buildings survive, they might be very well gutted because, as you can tell, storm surge is not just a gentle rise of the Gulf of Mexico waters. It is the Gulf of Mexico violently coming onto normally dry ground, and that water is moving quickly. We've seen when it was lower level, Mike, we saw debris in that water, and there are waves on top of it. And so this was a camera that was placed, by someone to specifically, monitor this. So it's built to take these conditions a little bit more than just some traffic camera or something like that. But what we want to look at is what this road and this beachfront community looked like before the storm. So that's Sarah Boulevard going through the west, northwest end of Fort Myers Beach, and the Lanikai Resort there is Gulf front, right? And now what we're seeing on the bottom right is the water being pushed generally from left to right, or from kind of southeast to northwest along that road. And the reason that the storm surge is maximized here, if the camera is 6 feet above the ground, and we were anticipating up to 12 to 18 feet of storm surge flooding in this zone from Bonita Beach, south of Fort Myers, up to up past Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte, then it's not surprising that this thing is going underwater. And again, Fort Myers Beach is facing directly into the strongest side of this Cat 4 or 5 threshold hurricane that is large, and it's on a concave shaped coastline. Fort Myers Beach is at the apex of this concave shaped coastline with very shallow waters going out miles from the beach. And you are getting the maximum onshore push basically aimed perpendicularly into that concave shaped coastline. So this is where Fort Myers Beach is right here, and you're getting the push into this concave shaped coastline. That's why we're maximizing the surge there. So right in here. And then now it's going to go up the Caloosahatchee River, and where Mike Seidel is in Fort Myers. He's not Fort Myers Beach, he's Fort Myers along the river. That surge has yet to experience its maximum push up the river. Mike, are you able to see water levels coming up along the river?
Hey guys, yes, it's coming right up the Caloosahatchee River. I can't tell how the surge has been, but look out here. It's gotten worse looking out this way. The visibility has basically gone down to maybe 100 feet. The wind just howling through there. We're staying out of the wind to be safe. Things are blowing by us out. There goes a part of the building, or part of a roof just flew by. Now we want to swing around. Mike Hall, photographer out here, we appreciate his work. And we're going to walk down here and show you the pool area. This is where we were earlier. Now it's way, way too dangerous. Mike's going to come down here and show you this area here. My gosh, the pool has disappeared by the surge. Watch that below you. The hot tub is underwater over here. And the wind's just whipping in. Look at all the debris that's come in. And the waves crashing into the pool deck, much like you're out on the beach. Over at Fort Myers Beach, we've got waves crashing. There goes a palm prawn. I can't tell, these 3 or 4 footers coming off the Caloosahatchee out of the bay and then into the hotel. And by the way, everything is surrounded by the Gulf. I looked out front. There goes another palm prawn. The weather station across the way, St. James City, is not reporting. I guess the power went out, so no idea how strong these gusts have been, but I'm thinking at least 125 miles an hour. We do have generator power, by the way. The power actually went out here about 10 a.m. this morning, very early out here on the river. This side of the hotel's in pretty good shape because the wind's kind of going over the hotel. Not worried about the way it's shaped, this concave shape, but we're not really worried right now about windows getting blown out. They have had worries on the front door because the wind's coming right in at the front door. Let's walk back over here and we'll show you more of the Caloosahatchee and give you the idea of how strong this storm is. We'll keep you updated. We'll go back to Jim Cantori and Stephanie Abrams in the eye of the storm here this afternoon on the Weather Channel.
Science proves your best sleep is vital to your mental, emotional, and physical health. And only the Sleep Number 360 smart bed keeps you cool, senses, and effortlessly adjusts for your best sleep. And tells you exactly how well you slept, your Sleep IQ score. Our smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep per night, so you can be your best for yourself and those you care about most. And now save 40% on the Sleep Number 360 Special Edition Smart Bed, now only $14.99. Plus 0% interest for 24 months on all smart beds, only for a limited time. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
Honey, what's Guy Fieri doing at the neighbor's house?
It's Slider Sunday! Everyone grab a King's Hawaiian slider!
Slider Sunday?
Slider Sunday! We got Philly cheesesteak sliders on King's Hawaiian slider buns.
Oh my.
And we've got cheeseburger sliders on King's Hawaiian pretzel slider buns. Slider Sunday! Everything's better between King's Hawaiian bread, especially now with King's Hawaiian pretzel buns. Maybe next time use the gate.
The Hoff
Welcome to the family, Mr. Hasselhoff.
gets hassled by the Goldbergs.
I'm Adam's mom.
Adam.
Yeah, the little piece of pottery that I baked in my lady kiln 18 years ago.
What the?
All new ABC tonight and stream on Hulu.
Stay tuned to get this free 5-piece ultra nonstick bakeware set from Gotham Steel. Are you tired of pans that burn and lids that don't fit? Worse yet, they're a nightmare to clean. You need a new set, but prices are so high, it's obscene. Well, now there's a brand new professional cookware set that's ultra durable and non-stick. These pans are super slick, and they can be yours for our lowest price ever. Introducing Gotham Steel, chef-tested cookware designed to make family meals with no sticking and easy cleanup every time. Gotham Steel is made with cast aluminum and coated with Ticerama, a fusion of ultra-durable titanium and super slick ceramic. This cookware comes with vented glass lids and is oven rated up to 500 degrees, so bake meals in the oven that come out perfect every time. Even use metal utensils with no scratching. Plus, the entire set is PFOA free and dishwasher safe. Other professional cookware sets can cost up to $400, but we have a factory direct deal for you. You can get the Gotham Steel 12-piece set, not for $400 or even $300, but for just 5 easy payments of $49.99. But wait, order right now and we'll drop one payment. That's just 4 easy payments of $49.99. This is nonstick cookware that we know you'll love. That's why we're guaranteeing it for a full 10 years. We'll even include our self-draining fry basket, stainless steel steamer insert, and steamer rack, a $50 value absolutely free. And there's even more. As a special gift, you'll get our 5-piece Gotham Steel bakeware set. The fast, easy, ultra nonstick way to bake your favorite desserts. No grease or oil needed. Together, they're a $110 value. Yours free. That's an incredible 20-piece cookware set. Plus free shipping on your entire order. Call or click now.
Call 1-800-451-0820 or go to gothamset.com. Again, that's 1-800-451-0820 or order online at gothamset.com.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
You're watching the Weather Channel's live continuing coverage of Category 4, 155-mile-per-hour Hurricane Ian. This is a live, rare first-person view of what storm surge can do in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. The camera's getting a little muddied here because the water's gotten so high. This is on Estero Boulevard in Fort Myers Beach. Across the street is where the Lanikai Hotel is, and then the water's about usually 500 feet from where this camera is. This camera is 6 feet up. So Sierra Boulevard is under roughly 5 to 6 feet of water with waves on top of that. Catastrophic storm surge is occurring for us right now along the west coast of Florida with a major hurricane making landfall as we speak. The eye hasn't officially made it onshore just yet, but our crews are out there in the field covering it for you. We've got Jim Cantor, we've got Mike Seidel, Stephanie Abrams. We've got our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, here at the Weather Channel headquarters with instant analysis. Let's get to Punta Gorda. Jim Cantor is there. Jim, things are going downhill very quickly. Update us how your conditions have changed in the last hour or so.
Yeah, they have. It's really coming around to the east-southeast, Mike. And that's what I'm learning. Hey, back at the Weather Channel, do me a favor. Take the mix minus out of my ear, please. That would be a huge favor for me. So thank you very much. Again, looking right down the street here, this is off Olympia. As you can see, the wind is just howling down here, and in some cases cutting across it. There's just really, the only thing I've seen so far is small debris, okay? Small debris, palm leaves and prawns and stuff like that. But look at this. Look at the clouds just racing. All right, that's right around this northeastern eye wall. That's what we're dealing with, this northeastern eye wall. It's just about on top of us. We haven't gotten into the worst of this yet, all right? Let's take our storm path camera. This is a marina about a half a mile from me. Because winds have been so easterly, what they've been doing all day is pushing the water out of or onto the west side of Charlotte Harbor. So those boats are literally sitting in mud. When wind, if this thing stays to our west, then we're going to get the south wind. That's going to start filling back up again. And then when the winds go westerly, the east side of the harbor fills up. And that's where we're going to see those boats start to float again. Still a precarious situation, especially given those pylons are only about 8 feet high. We've got about 500,000 customers without power now, and we've really seen the trend of power outages go up quite a bit. All right, not surprising. We're seeing more areas of real estate that are being impacted. The big question is, where does this 30-mile wide eye go? Does it come right over Steph and I in Englewood? Okay. And we both get a chance to be in the eye in 2 different cities. That'll be something interesting to watch. Or does she get the eye and I stay in the eye wall? All right, those are all possibilities at the present time. Either way, what it means is there's a new section of Florida really getting the heck beat out of it. And more of you are going to lose power, more of you are going to start seeing structural damage. And even downtown Punta Gorda here, we could see it as well. So depending, again, on where this is, makes all the difference in the world in how much water we eventually wind up here with in Punta Gorda, okay? A storm to our west brings the southerly flow up through Charlotte Harbor, holds the water, trying to get down from the Peace River, and that's where you start to flood. All right, that's a worst-case scenario. A storm that bobbles over us gets us out of that a little bit, that component, and then eventually once it goes north of us, some of the worst surge comes in because now the water is being pushed back to the eastern side of Charlotte Harbor, and that's where we are, okay, here in Punta Gorda. That's what we're looking at. Again, it's gotten a lot windier here, but I don't think we're certainly in the teeth of this thing, that's for sure. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to stand out here when that comes in. Either way, Mike, you've got some debris as far as the eye can see, and other than that, so far, no signs at all, even with that 106-mile-an-hour gust of extreme structural damage. But again, we have not gotten into the worst of this thing. Maybe we're just about to. Yeah. Back to you, buddy.
Yeah, 106, Jim, is pretty intense, right? You might get gusts that go even higher than that, right? So I would think at this point, especially for where you are, 2 major concerns. We may not actually get all that much rain, honestly, but the surge and the winds are going to knock out power. They're going to destroy buildings. How much different, for a lot of folks that are watching us, that are familiar with Charlie, maybe they lived through that, how much different is this going to be than Charlie? To me, the 2 things that stick out are it's stronger and it's bigger.
Yeah, what was interesting about Charlie is you still had something intensifying as it came ashore. But you're absolutely right. It's bigger. So, out toward Captiva, there'll be cuts again across that island. Maybe bigger cuts. We'll see whole sections of that barrier island that will be cut and washed away. Obviously, extensive damage. One of the first maps we had, Mike, in Meteorology 101, and I know you remember this, is the Saffir-Simpson scale map, right? And with that map, it talked about what type of damage you would get with each category. And so now that we're up here on the high end 4 and into the 5, you're talking about potentially catastrophic damage. And we've certainly seen a lot of structural damage already down there with that Fort Myers Beach camera. All right. That's been a horrible situation, and you don't really know what that is that's floating around there until you can get back, obviously, to assess the situation. And we're not going to be able to do that this afternoon. We're probably not going to be able to do it tonight, even though when winds do shift offshore, or at a different angle, if you will, than they are right now, maybe there'll be a little letdown. But that's the other thing, too. Whether we're onshore from the southeast or onshore from the northwest, they're not going to stay offshore potentially for a couple of days here.
Jim, maybe one of the benefits that we have is after Hurricane Andrew, they got a lot stricter with the building codes. A lot of the new buildings, at least in the last 30 years, are built stronger. They're built higher. First floors are meant to take on water. So those are all good things, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, there was such a good job with the evacuation orders, and probably one of the most confident. I'm going to come in out of this wind a little bit. My cameraman's, and this is a good thing. My cameraman's protected. He's sitting underneath, this overhang through here, which is dry. That's how we're giving you the shot. But when you walk out in the teeth of it, which isn't really being funneled, okay, it gets nasty, and that's where we want you to obviously avoid. But unfortunately, sitting out here are structures. Sitting out here are people's homes, trees, power lines, things like that. And so that's why we're seeing the power lines really, really increase. So we got him protected. No signs of any kind of water rise here because of what I said. The way the wind direction's been right now, it's pushed all the water on the other side of Charlotte Harbor. And that's been a good and bad thing. The problem is it's allowed those boats to literally sit in the mud. The bad news is when the wind shifts around and the storm goes to our north and they come in from the west. Then we get the big component of the storm surge. And if it gets high enough, which it could, Mike, you're talking about something that's going to bring those boats over the top of the piling. You can see that from our storm path camera. That's exactly the shot. That's where we were this morning, and that's what we're looking at. But we're just starting. We're just starting to get into the eye wall of this thing now. And, you get these occasional gusts, big time. You mentioned the 106. I think some of that's starting to make its way to us here in downtown Punta Gorda, from the airport over to us right now.
Absolutely amazing.
Up, as a matter of fact,
absolutely amazing.
So loud I can't hear you guys back at the Weather Channel.
Jim, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Grab some shelter real quick, my friend. Let's get out to Stephanie Abrams. She's in Inglewood, Florida. She may experience the northern part of the eye wall there and then the eye. One thing we're worried about for you, Stephanie, are the extreme winds. You may be a little bit more protected from surge, but the winds could gust well over 100 miles an hour, knock out power. Already last check, roughly 500,000 customers without power already.
Yeah, and Jim, sorry, we were just talking to Jim Bettis. Sorry, it's been a long day so far. We're staying in the middle of the storm, so my apologies on that, Bettis. I know that your feelings aren't hurt, though. Let's show you what we've already seen. And as you mentioned, we haven't even gotten into the heart of it. And this tree next to us has been twisting and falling down. You can see on these lines here. And again, another good reminder that once we get into the eye, do not really at any point, if you're coming out, don't mess with the power lines. You don't know if they're still live. Again, we're about 2 miles as a crow flies to the beach if you're just joining us here. And I had to get my photographer, Austin, was trying to get protected. He said, I'm getting too wet, and look at him coming right back out in the rain. You can see the siding on this house across the street is starting to tear away. The thing about these homes, though, is you can notice those are made of solid brick. So these homes are very sturdy homes in this neighborhood. But when you have siding like that, that is starting to rip away. And you can see the trees all bending and getting blown around. And another pressure check here, 981 millibars is what we're down to. I can show it to you, and if you're just joining us and didn't get a chance to learn about this, the lowest pressure is going to be in the center of the storm. And we expect landfall here as we go throughout the next couple of hours. And when you're going through the eye walls, those are the worst parts of the storm. We're getting close to some of the worst. This is not the worst of it. And Dennis, I don't know how far we are at this point from seeing that really main eye wall right before the eye. That's when you get into the absolute worst part of the storm.
It's not far away. Dr. Knapp's got you on the radar there. Dr. Knapp, what's your estimate of how far away she is from really the worst of the wind?
I think she's going to be getting closest to the exact center of the hurricane in a little over 2 hours, but she's going to be experiencing the north to northwestern eye wall. Now, one thing about this is it's not going to be a straight north motion from where it's been west of Sanibel into Inglewood. It's got an east of north component to it. And right in here is Cayo Costa. That is the island, the barrier island on which Charlie made a landfall in 2004. It is entirely possible that this either clips or goes right over Cayo Costa. It could go farther to the north and go closer to Inglewood. But that makes all the difference for a place like Inglewood, because if it were to wobble to the right a little bit more in the next couple of hours, Inglewood might just barely get into the eye, or maybe even not quite at all. You could stay in the northwestern eye wall, but in any case, a large number of folks up in here could get into the eye. And again, I urge people to not go, if you're not evacuated, urge people not to go out in the eye. When this goes farther inland, it'll still have an eye, and there will be a calm for a period. But we've got to not go out in the eye because, number one, you're not really going to know if you're going to go through the exact center or how much time you have before the back end of this comes in. If you only clip one little part of the eye, you've got just a couple of minutes of a break as opposed to an hour or two. But you do not want to go out during this. But Stephanie, you are in the north to northwestern eye wall, and I guess right now I can't guarantee that you'll be in the eye, or even if you are, whether or not you're going to be in it for very long.
With Steph, we might have lost her there briefly. We got a lot of crews out there. We'll get back to them here in just a moment. I want to show you what's going on in Naples, Florida. Also a place getting hit pretty hard with a lot of water coming in there. Look at the live view here. Look at the water just going down the street here. Again, this is in Naples, Florida. The storm surge has come in several feet high at this point. And folks, this is why you're always encouraged to evacuate. You're running away from the storm surge because it can be so damaging. We are forecasting at peak the storm surge here to be roughly 12 feet, maybe slightly more here, Dr. Knabb. And you look at some of the wave action on top of that. And you mentioned this. The water's coming up, but the wave action on top of that can oftentimes do the damage.
Yes, and this is obviously not Gulf front. There's a lot of waterways immediately inland from the beach at Naples. So Bonita Springs is here, and the Naples area is down in here. And so we're still getting an onshore push, not as perpendicular, not as maximized, with not quite as strong of a wind as up on Fort Myers Beach, but this whole concave-shaped coastline is catching the onshore flow side of Ian. So, we don't have a view that gives us, necessarily what the maximum water rise in Naples is, but we are still expecting, a few to several feet, depending upon exactly where we are. And this is another point that's important to make. How much storm surge flooding, inundation above normally dry ground you get at any one location is highly specific to that location, not something that the storm puts the same amount of storm surge flooding at every point along the coastline in an area. It is highly dependent upon exactly where you are and shape of the coastline and exposure to the onshore push and so forth. And if you're on the immediate beachfront, like we've been showing on that top right camera in Fort Myers Beach, you are getting the maximum force, the movement of
To upload your photos and videos, visit upload.theweathernetwork.com.
We're social. we ride the storm out in a parking garage, and the most stressful part is finding a safe structure.
A safe structure, yeah.
Right? And we found it. We're here.
Yep.
So now we have a wonderful spot to ride out the storm. We're safe.
Very safe.
We're above the storm.
Well
surge.
above the storm surge. It's like the perfect spot.
Right. Okay. So
Oh, yeah.
now we're good.
Yep,
Now we can
we're
just,
good.
we're just going to bring you the latest, everything we see. Conditions are deteriorating. It's only going to get worse in the next couple hours. But we've got some really, I'll just show the viewers, we've got some really great views here. We're right on the coast in Punta Gorda. And there's actually like a mesh barrier here, but you can see that this allows us the opportunity to shoot, the strongest winds. We're above the storm surge. A lot of media here, a lot of storm chasers here. So everybody kind of helps keep each other safe as well, which is good. So stay tuned.
Thank you, Jackie. We'll be catching up with her later on into our Wednesday afternoon, but let's take a look at the wind probability. This means that we have a 90% chance of seeing hurricane force winds make its way into Western Florida as it makes landfall later into the afternoon hours. As well, we do have a tornado alert in effect for many areas across Florida as there is the potential to see spin-ups causing tornadoes. Let's take a look what's happening weather-wise back home. Trough of low pressure bringing cooler conditions across Ontario, Quebec, and Atlantic Canada, while it's feeling more like summer across western areas of the country, but that heat's going to be spreading eastward to start off the beginning of October, but we could be looking at a trough making its way in across the east, once again, bringing in temperatures more like fall. We are also tracking Hurricane Ian as it starts to impact Florida and the Gulf states. We are going to be looking at quite a bit of moisture continuing to impact Atlantic Canada from this same system known as an atmospheric river. We are looking at it stalling out a bit over eastern areas of Newfoundland, including the Avalon. It will be clearing out as we continue into our overnight hours and looking at more nicer conditions ahead for our Thursday. In terms of how much rainfall we could be looking at, roughly 30 to 50 millimeters for the Avalon is expected by Thursday evening. A look at our temperatures for our afternoon: 15 degrees in Toronto, 18 in Moncton, 16 in St. John's. Across Ontario, we did see some scattered showers over the past few days. We'll see that lingering effects as we head into the afternoon hours, and then we'll start.
Check, check, and check. Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including
So no emergency response in Sarasota County right now. Do not call 911. You will not get assistance if you need it. But Dr. Knapp, hopefully everyone is taken the warning seriously. They've gotten out of town to avoid this.
Yeah, and Mike, that is something that's going to happen over a large portion of Florida during the height of the storm. In tropical storm conditions, help can't come in most cases. So you've got to be in a place where you've got a first aid kit and you can fend for yourself.
Naples and Fort Myers are really battered right now. Sanibel, Captiva, we're getting the eye that's coming onshore now. We'll get a designation from the Hurricane Center probably in a couple of hours. We're getting the forward eye wall at this point hitting us. We've had wind gusts to 126 miles per hour, Redfish Pass, 106 in Punta Gorda. We want to take you to Punta Gorda with our Jim Cantori. Jim, the winds are really cranking right now, and some of the storm surge that we're seeing is truly mind-blowing.
It really is, dude. Watching this thing come in just like a buzzsaw in through here. Some of the pictures, obviously, of the surge. We've gusted already to 106 miles per hour at the airport, okay? And, you know, out here in the street, I'm on 41, US 41 right now in downtown Punta Gorda, and it's just coming straight down here. Straight down here from the top. All right, so it's a north-south route, and it's coming right down. Sure, there are some palm fronds here and there. I don't see any heavy structural damage where I am right now, but we still got a long way to go in this northeastern eye wall. The other thing too is part of that eye wall has come inland, all right, from the water, and has come and traveled all the way from the south and then back at us here in Punta Gorda. But do we get into the center? It's absolutely a possibility. As a matter of fact, Abrams and I could both get in the center at the same time. All right, then we're going to deal with the backside of this thing, which looks, certainly interesting from a radar perspective. Some of the stronger winds, especially about 8,000 feet up earlier, I was looking at, were in the backside of this thing. So it's got plenty of power, and all that just comes translating down and starts spreading out. We still got a long way to go with this. We got over 500,000 customers without power right now. All right, I still see lights on in the streets. I don't know if those are run by some type of generator, but in terms of homes and businesses and things like that, it appears to be pretty dark at the present time. So just looking around, you can see the palm trees blowing. You can see the water going down the road. We're not in really heavy rain now. But one of the things, that I've seen with this so far is a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning, which earlier on when the winds weren't blowing so hard, I could actually hear the thunder with it, so it was right overhead. So an amazing amount of thunder and lightning in the eye wall. If we got one shot here to look at our storm path cam, I want you to look at this because this is over at the marina. With the winds now with a slightly more southerly component here, the water may be starting to come back up into the east side of Charlotte Harbor. All right, and that means it's going to fill into that marina where we essentially earlier were looking at boats just sitting on the mud at the water's bottom. Again, guys, hunker down, be careful when we get in that eye. Don't think the storm is over because you still got to deal with one hell of a backside. All right, and it's going to hit you. All right, let's go to the northern eye wall where, again, like I said, it'll be interesting to watch here if Stephanie and I get the chance to share the eye wall, or the eye center, I should say, later. Steph, you're in that wall, though.
Jim is basically off Inglewood, and you see things have really gotten pretty rough here, and they're actually going to get even worse because we're really just getting into that eye wall, which is about 15 miles thick, and so we're not even in the heart of it yet. We are into Inglewood just yet. So far, there's been a lot of debris. So a lot of trees are scattered here. We've had these limbs completely ripped off of this tree now. Thankfully, did not fall on the house. Though I will say we have pretty well-built houses here on this block that we're in. I see the siding, though, which obviously is not as strong as what looks like these houses look like they're made of brick, the one at least across the street it does. But you see the siding has been ripped off, and we are still not into the worst of this storm yet. Power, shockingly, ours went off and then came back on. It's unbelievable that we still have power, but if you've been following along, our pressure continues continues to drop. 977 millibars. A couple hours ago, we are at 990. The lower the pressure, the closer we are to the center. And this all depends. Jim was talking about that eye and just how big it is. Could we both be in it? As the crow flies, I'm about 20 miles from Jim down to Punta Gorda there. And so we'll see exactly where this lines up. But then you're going to have to go through that back eye wall. Venice, Sarasota, towns in between. We still have a long way to go. So buckle up, everybody.
I'd do anything.
See. Hello, everyone who is watching out there. Kevin Watler here, and the Hurricane Ian is heading in my direction, and just wanted to show you some of the conditions outside of my area. This is outside my my little studio window here. You can see it's starting to rain. At times, the wind begins to gust a little bit. It's been gusting probably about 30 to 40 miles per hour based on the information that I'm picking up. So it's not horrible yet, but again, at time there's some little bit of wind gust that happens every now and then. I did get an update from those who might have an interest in the University of South Florida. Everyone there is doing quite well. There's not a whole lot of wind there at this time. It's very similar to what I'm experiencing, just some gusty winds, nothing they can't handle, but they do anticipate that will start to increase as time goes on. I did start a Caymanians in Florida WhatsApp group. If you would like to look in the chats, we'll continue to post how you could join that group for anyone that has an interest in knowing what's going on over in Florida. We'll just keep everyone updated as much as we can, as well. If anyone has any urgent needs and stuff, if they just go ahead and let us know, and we'll do our absolute best to help out each other. This is a time that we have to work together. It's can get challenging, especially for those in the southwestern part of Florida that is getting some of the more severe impact. The worst for my area, which is in Polk County, Lakeland, Florida area, is going to be early hours of the morning, sometime around 2 o'clock. And so at that time, I'll have to really, be a little bit more careful and be very, very cognizant, because we are under also a tornado threats in the area that I'm in. I know over night last night and earlier into the evening last night as well, those down in Fort Lauderdale area had a lot of tornado warnings that came up. But again, it doesn't appear that anyone was severely impacted by it. So that's really good news. But we do know that many, many people here are going to need a lot of assistance. And so keep us in your prayers. And hopefully we could come out better than some of what the forecast models are indicating might actually happen. But again, looking outside my window again, you can see it's kind of getting a little squally once again. It comes down, really hard at times, and then it eases up, and then it comes down hard again. Just very, very typical for these type of systems. It'll be a lot more consistent a little bit later, and we'll, just do what we need to do. So I'll just kind of leave some of my little webcam on in the meantime, and bring back up the weather channel. But if you want to continue watching the stream that we have up, go right ahead. And if you can join the WhatsApp group, if you want to kind of keep in touch on what's going on with Caymanians in Florida, especially if you are in Florida, that's really who this group is meant for. So everyone, I'll talk to you guys a little later. Take care.
A landfall somewhere near Captiva, but either way, we're in the eye wall. We're in the worst part of this thing. Eventually, it looks like we may get in the eye, the calm, if you will, in the storm, but then we'll have to deal with the backside of this once it moves on through. Again, a lot more, if you will, that smell of timber that usually accompanies these things when you have tree damage, okay? We've also just recently there's a lot of lightning in this eye wall, a lot of lightning. We just had a bolt that was pretty doggone close to us, okay? So, you know, if that happens again, I'm walking off. Cameraman's protected, producer's protected. We're out here sharing the street, obviously. This is 41, right in downtown Punta Gorda, where we are taking this eye wall. But what a difference. I mean, literally, almost in 2 minutes, it just started coming in here with such ferocity. Not to mention the visibility's down. Probably a mile at best is what we've got for you in terms of the visibility. Okay, maybe a mile at best in what we're dealing with. But either way, more power law. This is what takes out the power. This is what causes the extensive structural damage here. And that's what we're expecting with this thing as it continues to push on off the Northeast. Remember, it's going to take a minute for this thing to wind down. I mean, you're on the upper end of Cat 4. So damage will go well inland with this. And in some cases where there's more trees, you know, and more structures, it's going to be even a worst case scenario. So a lot of surge. You saw that video from Fort Myers Beach. A lot of debris in that surge. The big question here, if we can take our storm path camera, we're kind of looking out again. We're on the eastern side of Charlotte Harbor in Punta Gorda. Has been essentially pushing the water out of the east side of the harbor all day today. Now, winds are coming around a little bit more southerly, so it's allowing the water to come back in. The big question is, how much time do we spend in the eye wall, or do we get into the eye where that'll at least calm down maybe a hair? But then you got to deal with the backside, and that's what's going to take most of the water and bring it onto the eastern side of the harbor and potentially flood places in Punta Gorda. So that's where we're going to get our surge issues coming from. But just so eerily weird to see the water pushed out. We saw it again up in Tampa Bay because they're an offshore wind like they were in Wilma as well. And now we're dealing with, again, this eye wall. Heavier rain, low visibilities, occasionally debris just rolling down the roads from time to time. But holy smoke, guys, we're taking it. We're taking it now. And occasionally, those winds are gusting over 100 miles an hour. All right, Steph, Englewood, what do you think? You think we'll be able to share the eye or what?
It's possible, Jim. We're only about 20 miles away from each other. And you can see how we're both just getting hammered by what I would like to kind of call, you know, not the heart of the eye wall yet. We're still getting in it here. And as you can see, it's really rough. I will say, we just got an alert on our phone that emergency vehicles are no longer responding here in Sarasota County. So if you call 911, it's too dangerous for them to come out and rescue you. So keep that in mind. And the police will do this. They sometimes go house to house and say, listen, they've actually come up to me on a hurricane before and said, look, you should leave. We're going. We're not going to be able to rescue you. You're on your own. They say that. So they can only go out when it's safe to do so. Here, you see the visibility has dropped tremendously. We have rainfall. We have a lot of debris from the trees. And the thing about Florida is there's palm trees, right? Everyone knows about palm trees in Florida. These are doing quite well, and that's why we have them, is because they're tropical entities. They're skinny. They don't have lots of leafage. Obviously, we have the palm fronds. Those are ripping off from time to time. You can see this one is struggling, but what I will say is it's never a good sign when you see a palm tree that has gone down in a storm like this. And up the road, which I got to keep my photographer safe for now. Okay, Austin wants to come out. Way down the road, I don't know if you can see it anymore. There's a palm tree. Austin, if you can come by me, here, I'll hold you. There's a palm tree that's starting to lean on one of these palms down here. And hopefully it doesn't hit their roof, but the visibility is starting to go down. And so far, that's the damage we've seen of these trees, and then some siding. If you can even see, it's starting to rip away from this house over here, and you see how that becomes a projectile. So if windows aren't boarded up, those can hit it right in that sweet spot, and then you can get all the rain and the wind inside the house. You can see numerous houses boarded up. Everyone is inside here. Everyone's staying safe. I've not seen anyone out, which is the good news. But again, we still have a ways to go. We are just getting into the thick of it now. Then if we get into that eye, it's not over. We have to get through the other eye wall. So we still have many, many hours to go with Hurricane Ian. Winds still at 155 miles an hour. We've already had those gusts over 100 miles. 126 to 109 in Punta Gorda. We're going to be right back after we take a really quick break. We got you covered.
Beneful knows a full life doesn't just happen. It's a choice to take a swing or take that big leap, to taste all life has to offer. Because a joyful life is a Venable life.
This year, Prime members get holiday deals before anyone else, which means you're kind of a big deal. The Prime Early Access Sale on October 11th and 12th, only for Prime members.
The 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
Race car drivers change lanes very fast, but with no outside mirrors. How come they don't crash? Introducing Angel View, the new wide-angle mirror that reduces blind spots. And now may be your last chance to get one before they're gone. Angel View simply snaps over your car's rear view mirror, giving you a 160-degree view behind you. Look, ordinary rear view mirrors are small and flat, but Angel View has a huge mirror with curved glass. This convex shape allows you to see both blind spots with one glance. Here's what you see with that ordinary rear view mirror, and here's what you see with Angel View. Look, over 800,000 blind spot accidents occur each year. You think you're clear to change lanes, but you're not. And that's why they call it a blind spot. But Angel View's crystal clear mirror gives you perfect panoramic vision without that awful fisheye effect like other little mirrors. And with our Pro Edition special coating, it's anti-glare at night. Angel View installs in seconds to virtually any car or SUV. And the spring-loaded rubber feet automatically adjust to hold on tight. From a senior driver to a first-time teen, and everyone in between. With Angel View, you see them. Without it, you won't. Get your Angel View now for just $19.99 through this special offer. But wait, there's breaking news. Angel View may be discontinued. Due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, Angel View is stopping manufacturing effective immediately.
Coast of Florida. That is a live look at Englewood, Florida, where the wind gusts are now 79 miles per hour. The eye is basically over Captiva Island right now, Gasparilla Island, Boca Grande. Our Dr. Nab saying that the call of landfall is probably going to be imminent, right, Dr. Nab?
It could be at any time now, because now it's just a matter of when the exact center, as you determined it on radar, has crossed the coastline. But we have, as you mentioned, a lot of those islands that are already, in the eye. So if we just kind of telegraph where the center probably is about now, it looks like it's very close to North Captiva, but it is a 25 to 30 mile wide eye. And where you are relative to the center of the eye will determine how long you're in it, obviously. In Englewood, where Stephanie is, might not get into the eye at all. Punta Gorda probably will, but look at how electrified that eastern side is. And then in Fort Myers and Fort Myers Beach, we're still in the southeastern eye wall and may never get into the eye. Mike Seidel, I don't know if you're going to get much of a break. If you do, it'll be very short.
We got a bit of a break. The winds backed off a hair just 4.5 miles away. The weather station dropped to gusts to only 17 miles an hour, but we didn't get that kind of break. Look at the wind. There's debris everywhere. We're seeing all kinds of debris rolling up the river. The river is just full. It's hard to see maybe on camera, but with the naked eye, the river is just full of structures. We've seen boardwalk, we've seen chairs, everything going from left to right that's blowing upriver from San Carlos Bay over the bridge out to Sanibel. And look at the pool area. I was standing out there earlier. Now we've got about 3 to 4 feet of water. The fence out there at the edge of the river, that's gone. These palm trees have been ripped to shreds. The cell service is spotty at best, as well as the internet. But we're back here. Look at my feet here. This is stuff that's been blowing around. These are the plastic shades off the lights out here. The wind right here is calm for now. I think it's rotated a bit, but you get out there and it's just the full force of a high-end Cat 4 hurricane. We've had wind gusts over 100 miles an hour, and that has not let up now for about 2 hours, 2 to 2.5 hours, as the surge continues to come up. Right on the river, you can't tell where the river ends and the pool deck begins. 3 to 4 feet of surge here. Power has been out. It started to flicker around 10. It's out. And the whole area, we're nice and elevated, up about 15 feet above the pool deck, but the whole area surrounding this hotel, all the condos, it's all underwater. The surge has overtaken this whole area in Fort Myers. Now we're just off the river. The beach is just off to our east. To our north and east is Sanibel Island. Those barrier islands have been decimated. That's a given. We've seen that on the camera. I think we're going to see pictures much like we saw in Mexico Beach from Cat 5 Michael, because of the persistent pounding of the surge, Stephanie, and these winds still here howling and gusting over 100 miles an hour. We're on the eastern and southeastern part of the eye wall. You're up in the northern end. What do you got for us up there as far as wind? And Jim has mentioned there's been some lightning too. Have you seen any lightning yourself?
No, Mike, we have not seen any lightning, which is good because we have to go inside, obviously, if we see any lightning. It's been the rainfall going horizontal. It's been that visibility going down, palm tree leaned over, lots of just leaf debris, if you will. And across the street, I've been watching the gutter of this home kind of flap around. That type of thing is what we've been seeing so far. And I also think just something to point out is the way that the wind blows the rain up and over the roofs. It gives you an idea of just how strong that wind is. I think how it kind of races up the roof, or you see it maybe on the eaves of the building. You can see that wind-driven rain plow over the roof. And the visibility is just really bad here. Emergency services, they're not going to go out and save anyone. We have sent that via the alerts on the phone, but conditions are going to get worse than this, if you can imagine. Now, if that eye reaches approximately, let's say 30 to 35 miles right now, and Cantori is off to my southeast a little bit in Punta Gorda, we could both be in the eye. But the question is, a little wobble this way or a little wobble that way, we could stay in conditions like this for hours. And if you get in the eye, you get a little bit of a break. Don't let that fool you. You still have to get through the next eye wall. So it's not like you get in the eye and you're finished. Kind of like when a thunderstorm blows through and you get a big squall line that comes in and you're like, woof, okay, that's finished. We're good to go. Not the same with hurricanes. It's hours and hours and hours. So we're really just kind of getting started with this. And we're not even into the thick of it yet. So this is going to go on and on and on. This is a marathon. It is not a sprint. And we're going to see more damage as it's just hour after hour of punishing wind, and winds over 100 miles an hour like we've seen gusts. And there's a lot of big trees that can be taken down. And so many times you see a home really would have been fine if a tree didn't fall on it. And then, of course, all the surge happening at the coast. More on that coming up.
What if you were a major transit system with billions of passengers taking millions
River. So this is not on the immediate Gulf front like Fort Myers Beach, but it is what is in the process of making its way up the Caloosahatchee River. So it's overflowing as it enters the river, but it's headed north into Fort Myers proper from here.
Absolutely stunning. It's not the only place getting hit, though. Numerous places along the West Coast are getting ravaged by wind and water as we speak. We've got Naples, Florida, we want to show you, and your jaw might just drop when you see this.
Oh, my goodness.
There are cars where the water is up to the roofs here. This is how bad the storm surge has gotten there. And that's on the south side of the hurricane.
Now, imagine standing next to your vehicle, how high your head is relative to the top of a van or an SUV. You would be mostly in water, and that water is moving. And Mike, there will be debris and all kinds of objects in that. And then Fort Myers Beach has taken the brunt of this catastrophic hurricane. Essentially, Mike, what I would consider the worst case hurricane scenario for Fort Myers Beach.
You really can't. The visibility is so poor right now because of how high the winds are. Now we go to Venice Beach,
North
right?
Eye Wall.
Now this is the North Eye Wall. The water is actually going parallel to the beach or going out. But there is a building at the end of that pier that you can barely see, Dr. Nab.
Yeah, and so they're really taking the strength of that northern eye wall. And that, as bad as this looks, and it is horrible, it is not the strongest part of the hurricane. That would be on the east side.
That's stunning to think that that's not the strongest part right there. Let's get you to the teeth of it. Our Jim Cantore in Punta Gorda right now. Jim, the storm is really maximizing as we speak. That eye wall is ferocious.
Yeah, we're in it, man. Big time. And, you know, you kind of look around a little bit, Mike. You're looking for damage, but sometimes you can't see it because the visibility is so low. That was the wrong thing to do, turn into the wind. But I wanted to show you the tree that's across the way there. It's just kind of laying over. There's obviously a lot of debris and whatnot. I have not seen any big chunks of roofing or things like that yet, but that doesn't mean there aren't any out there. The visibility is very low, maybe a half a mile, and that's about it as we deal with this northeastern eye wall over here in Punta Gorda. Now, what's changed is our wind direction has come around a lot more from the south. All right, so we're southeasterly still with the component of the wind. That's pushing all that water on the other side of Charlotte Harbor. When we get into that eye, and then eventually the backside of it, all that water on the western side of the harbor is coming this way. So if you remember that story as a kid of the 5 Chinese brothers where they were warning the brother not to get out of the water, well, we can make an absolute analogy with that because the water came back up when he was caught out there. So don't get caught out in areas that don't have a lot of water now. It's because the wind is holding it on the other side of the bay, okay? That's going to change. It's going to change big time when we get on the other side of that eye. So just be forewarned right now. I can't tell if we don't have power or not, but I can tell you one thing. There are no street lights on anymore that I can see. There's not, even the signal lights aren't working. I see a lot of flashing going on. But that's what I'm looking at here, guys. Oh. Just give me a second here. All right, I mean, that's what we're looking at. As this thing comes roaring in, we've already lost a street sign right here. All right, you can see how that's pushed over by the power of the wind. They just start flapping around like that, and as soon as they get caught, they get blown over as a result of that. But this is our worst wind right now as we're getting into the eastern side of this. Tons of power outages, millions of you without power, and this is why. I mean, well, what could take this? You know, trees, homes, roofs, things like that. Just an awful situation with the wind here coming through Punta Gorda right now. The big question is, how much water do we get to come on the west side of Charlotte Harbor back over this way when we get to the backside? Remember this shot that I'm showing you right now, because eventually, maybe 30 minutes, an hour, I don't know, we're going to be into the eye, and we'll probably see some blue sky up there. Steph, let's go over to you. You may be in there with me, as a matter of fact. Dr. Nab, I'm sorry, back to you.
Okay, Jim, I'll take it from here. Yeah, you may get into the eye, Jim, but in Inglewood, where Steph is, she may not. And anybody who gets into the eye, please do not venture outside. The backside of this will come roaring in, and you'll be putting yourself in danger. And there's a lot of cloud-filled aspects of this eye. It's not going to be super clear, but the winds will die down briefly. But then the backside of this is going to push a lot of storm surge on to Punta Gorda and Charlotte Harbor, and heads up inland. This is moving across the peninsula.
From Out of the Blue, every room can be more innovative.
All right, so just letting you know here in Lakeland, Florida, we are getting some much stronger winds, probably blowing close to 50 to 60 miles an hour at times. Very short-lived, maybe 5 to 10 seconds at any given time. But if you're watching the webcam here, you could definitely see that some of that extra wind is starting to pick up, and the trees will start dipping a whole lot more, getting a little louder outside as well, you know, with the howl that those winds tend to make. So again, we'll just continue streaming here and there and do a little intermittent updates. But just sharing with you some of what is going on here in Lakeland, Florida. So we'll leave it there.
who very well could get into the eye before too much longer is our Jim Cantori, who's in the northeastern eye wall. And Jim, it's going to be rough for a little while longer, but you will start to get a decrease in the winds. But we're going to have to urge people not to go out in the eye because not everybody's going to have the same length of break. How has that northeastern eye wall been?
Yeah, and the other thing too, Doc, is, what happens to that water that's been sitting on the western side of Charlotte Harbor? All right, once we go westerly on the other side, it's going to all slosh this way. I've seen that a lot when I've been on the Outer Banks of Cape Hatteras on the sound side, where the water's pushed toward the mainland, and then the winds reverse, and we get the sound side flooding as a result of that. It's kind of the same thing. It's just going to push the water this way, like having water on a plate. And you're just tipping the plate different ways with respect to the wind and bringing the water back that way. So that's two reasons why we don't want you to go out, because we could have just as ferocious a west end. Remember, this is a very well-defined structural category 4 hurricane. All right, so there's absolutely no reason to believe that the backside won't be as bad as the first. And as a matter of fact, what may be interesting on the backside is, even though the storm may move to our northeast, unless it weakens, we're going to take more wind that's been over the water versus more of it that's been over land. In other words, we've had to wait for all of our wind to come from the south and east side, so it's been over a lot more land. Now that wind direction will change, where it's going to spend most of its time over water, and it won't be dampened down a little bit. So, Doc, you tell me, we could, if this thing, like I said, doesn't rapidly weaken, we could take worse winds on the west side. Woo. Woo. I don't know if you guys can hear the wind in my mic here, but it's pretty ferocious out here. You can hear it whistling down the street from time to time. Also, the visibility. I mean, we're in one of these real heavy rain and wind bands right now, where the visibility is so doggone low. And as a result of that, I can't really see much, especially with these goggles on. But in terms of, big, intense structural damage, you look at wind like that just off the way there. There's a tree down. I don't see the roof damaged at all of this particular building behind me here. And again, remember, I can only see about 50 to 70 yards here. And even at times I can't see that. And then you look over. And then you look over at the tops of some of these metal roofs, and they seem to be holding. Remember, Florida has really strict building codes, and a lot of people build above that code. And this is why. All right, because they want to have something to come home to. They don't want to have a wrecked house. They don't want water into their house, especially if they can't get back because of debris and restrictions and whatnot. And that mold just starts to accumulate and accumulate. Either way, there's going to be some damage, and in some cases, major structural damage. Whether you've got an old home or a new home, it's just that Mother Nature doesn't really get choosy. She takes whatever she wants, unfortunately, and really can wreck it. So, guys, we're still into this eye wall. At times, we get some pretty nasty gusts coming right up US 41 and through here from the south, but not much has changed, if you will, for the last 30 or 40 minutes or so. Occasionally, a palm frond will fly by, but at least it's not a piece of a house. Anyway, guys, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, so Jim, at the airport there in Punta Gorda, that is off to your east, and that is a little bit inland, and they've had gusts over 100 miles an hour, but they don't have as much open exposure with water, and you have some taller structures. Right, so the wind gusts are likely stronger in and around where Jim is, and higher up on some of those buildings. So this has got to be doing a tremendous amount of catastrophic wind damage along with the storm surge. The 3 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center says that the center of Ian is about to make landfall. It could be just moments away when the center has been declared to have crossed the coastline, but that hasn't quite happened yet. But the area around Captiva is in the eye. 155 mile an hour Category 4 hurricane. Just for reference, just for comparison, Charlie came ashore in about the same area with max winds of 150 miles an hour as a Category 4. Charlie's pressure was higher. It was a smaller storm. This is a bigger storm with a lower pressure at 937. Northeast at 9. So it hasn't made a dramatic change in path. There's a little bit of wobbling going on. 9 miles an hour is not very quick. Here's the big picture of it. So it is about to affect a lot of people inland in central Florida. And just now coming up on the screen here is this big area that's wrapped in purple. And I want to describe what's going on here. This is an extreme wind warning that is for this northern, northeastern, and eastern eye wall area. This is just like a tornado warning in terms of what you should do. This entire area needs to be taking shelter, lowest level, most interior room, or lowest dry level, most interior room, if there is any water in your vicinity from salt water, from fresh water, whatever the case may be. But you got to get away from windows, away from exterior walls. You want to maybe put a helmet on, put a mattress over you. This is the take final shelter for the winds of a major hurricane. This is issued when we have a major hurricane coming ashore. So this includes Sanibel and Fort Myers Beach, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Englewood, going up to Arcadia. They had damage in Hurricane Charlie, but this is going to be a much wider area of damage. So it's not a case where you can, well, I hope that the eye misses me and then I won't get wind damage. No, this is moving slowly. It is larger. It is very intense up at the Cat 4 or 5 threshold. So this entire area at risk for life-threatening winds. So again, that extreme wind warning until 6 p.m. in many portions of Charlotte, DeSoto, and Lee counties. Now, looking at the visible, you can see how the cloud-filled eye does not mean it is losing much punch. It is just a matter of the dynamics of the hurricane. But the more impactful dynamics of the hurricane that are going on here are not just the wind, where we've gotten that. These are just at the airports that in Fort Myers, that's not even in the eye wall. It's east of there, starting to get in the eye wall, but have gusted over 100 miles an hour in some places. But look at Venice, you're getting an offshore wind, a lot of lightning in that northwestern eye wall. You're never going to get in the eye. Fort Myers Airport is not likely to get into the eye, at least not for long. Punta Gorda, you probably will. So those are just the airport observations, but here are some of the more recent observations. Punta Gorda, you peaked at 106-mile-an-hour gusts, and then we've got Fort Myers Beach relayed by the Weather Service, multiple social media posts showing storm surge levels up to first-story roofs. Had an elevated observation there in Naples of 105 miles an hour. Now, this is earlier in Fort Myers Beach. This is the Lani Kai Resort. That is on the other side of the street there. It's Gulf front, but now the Gulf has moved onto the barrier island in Fort Myers Beach. And this is about 6 feet above the ground that the camera was mounted. And this is when the water wasn't quite that high, but it has gotten higher since. You can see the debris in the water, how fast moving the water is, the waves on top of it. This is not just going to get structures wet. It is going to gut some structures, destroy some structures. This is the worst case hurricane scenario for Fort Myers Beach. Now, our Mike Seidel is just a little bit to the west and northwest of Fort Myers Beach. He's at the entrance to the Caloosahatchee River on its way up to Fort Myers. Mike, is the water continuing to rise there?
It is still rising, Dr. Knabb. We've noticed a bit of a shift in the wind. It's come around a little bit more to the south. And what we noticed earlier is we got some brightening. We almost saw the sun briefly, but we never got the winds to really die down. They were still howling, basically in the picture from left to right, right up the river. And look at the waves crashing in to the pool deck, which has been obliterated. We were standing out there earlier. We must have about 5 to 6 feet of water above the pool deck, and then the water was not even up to the wall, the concrete wall, where from the pool deck. So our surge has got to be close to 9 or 10 feet right now. Look at things just flying around, mostly palm fronds. The other thing we saw about 20 minutes ago, a big yacht came up the river. It went from left to right up the river it got unmoored somewhere. Now, there was a boat around the corner next to the condo. I don't know if it was that boat or not, but it just went on by. There's all kinds of debris getting blown up the river from the bay and from the Gulf of Mexico. But the wind is still howling, the roar of the wind. We've gusted at least 100 miles an hour. We're still trying to get a hold of that weather station. Our issue here is cell service and the internet. We've got one cell company that's working right now, which is why we're able to broadcast, and I can talk back and forth to the control room and to Steph and Jim. But this has been unrelenting now for, what is it now, about 3 hours. These winds just howling and pushing the water from the Gulf up through the bay, up the river, and into the hotel. Everything is surrounded in this area in Fort Myers. We're out here on this point. Everything is underwater in this general area, but we're elevated. This hotel is built up high, and look how bright it's getting. Look up here. Looks like the sun. I mean, this is as bright as we've gotten. I almost thought I saw a little patch of blue sky. So we're right on the edge of the eye wall in the eye. You can see that on the radar, how close we are. Our point here on the water in Fort Myers. There's several boats that have come up in here. Just a real mess. And this eye wall is going to be with us for a while because Ian's only moving 10 miles an hour. So look at what's rotating in over where we are in Fort Myers Beach. That's all got to rotate in as Ian slowly lifts off to the northeast. So a couple more hours of this, and the power of the water alone is just taking out structures. Where we were this morning, the dock and the house by the dock, it's gone. It's all gone. All we see are the pilings right now. So that's all gone from the surge. Here comes another gust, and look how it's swirling around the building here. Just whipping around here. It's really impressive. I mentioned earlier, I've covered, I think this is my 91st hurricane and tropical storm, anything with a name with it, Stephanie. And this is the worst I've ever covered or seen in 30 plus years at the Weather Channel. Now, granted, I haven't been in locations sometimes like with Ike where you were in Galveston, but this is the worst by far as impacts and surge. I mean, the surge coming up here is just amazing. Let's go up to Stephanie up there in Englewood. Stephanie, you're in the northern eye wall. Tell us what you have.
All right, Mike, and that's the thing is when you're in the eye wall for hour upon hour, it's just brutal. Whether you're in a Cat 2, Cat 3, Cat 4, it really doesn't matter. Obviously, the higher the category, the worse the weather, the worse the storm. And this storm is going to be with us for hours. We started in this eye wall here in Englewood, I mean, just after 1 o'clock. So we're going on 2 hours, and there's really no rest in sight for us. And you can see that the water is starting to pond out. No significant flooding, but these culverts drop down and collect water, and we have breaking news. We now have landfall. I'm being told we officially have landfall now of Hurricane Ian as a Category 4 hurricane, and of course, the center of the circulation, the eye had to go over. Rhiannon, do we have an exact location yet of that landfall? When you do, hand it off to me. Say it one more time. Cayo Costa is where the official landfall is of this hurricane. Now, this is a second landfall. Don't forget, it went over Cuba, had a landfall there. Its second landfall, believe it or not, this thing could have a third landfall. We'll see what happens as it goes over the state. Does it go off the coast and make another landfall, perhaps in Georgia or South Carolina? That is still a possibility and something we'll watch, but you know what? We've got to get it through Florida first, and this is affecting the entire state. Obviously, not as bad as we're dealing with here in Englewood and Punta Gorda and Fort Myers and Naples, but we're feeling the far-reaching effects. Over 600,000 are without power. And remember, this is a very long state, so there's going to be so many without power. Even as a Category 1, as it moves inland, we're going to lose power. So I would say if you're watching us from other parts of the state, Central Florida, Northern Florida, you need to have your plans in place if you are to lose power, because it's going to take quite a while to get power back throughout the entire state, and that was quite a gust. I think that was one of the biggest gusts we've seen so far, and we're getting closer and closer to the center of the circulation, which just means that our winds are going to continue to go up. And could you hear that sound? We're going to give you a listen here as we go to break of the sounds of Hurricane Ian just making landfall.
This year, Prime members get holiday deals before anyone else, which means you're kind of a big deal.
stronger surge and stronger storms makes a stronger hurricane season. You know what else is getting stronger?
First landfall on the west coast of Florida, 3:05 Eastern time at Cayo Costa, Florida. Category 4 with 150-mile-per-hour winds and a pressure at a very low 940 millibars. Let's get you to the action in Punta Gorda with meteorologist Jim Cantori. Jim, extreme winds right now.
Yeah, this is extreme, bro. This is really hammered. I just got knocked on my butt. You can hardly see, Venice. You can hardly see anything out here. A couple pieces of debris, look like some housing, styrofoam and things like that that are like underneath the roofing, maybe in the roof. It just came flying by. All right, you know what? I think I'm just gonna come in here for a second. Give me a second.
Jim, you all right?
I'm all right. I'm fine. I'm fine. You just can't stand up. All right. All right. I'm gonna let you guys look at the pictures, okay? And I'm gonna stand behind this wall a little bit because I'm just getting blown over. I got a long week ahead of me with coverage here. I don't need to get injured out here. Whew.
Jim, you're all right? Your wind speed's 110 miles an hour, Jim. All kinds of debris.
The deeper we get into the eye wall, the worse the winds is. That was definitely our strongest gust, without a question. Be interested to see what we got at the airport with that one. But that one took my wind. That one took my wind. Oh, guys, this is why you're talking about a Cat 4 here, and you're talking about it's. Structures aren't going to survive this, trees, power lines, things like that. We don't have any power here. The alarm's going off in the parking garage. That's been going on for about an hour now. So we've definitely, we're out of power, and so are about 750,000 more people. I don't even know what the number's up to right now, but a lot of customers without power. And the further this thing gets inland, the more and more customers. We're going to easily be over 1 million before all is said and done. Woo!
Hey, Jim, I know you've been in a lot of storms before. I mean, how's this wind speed compared to some of those other storms you've been in? You're I'm looking at the radar really closely. You're in the real core of the really intense stuff. I think you're going to back down from the winds pretty quickly.
Yeah, Mike, I'm going to try and get out here because I don't, I want to just show you guys how awful this is. And everybody, within this, there are higher gusts, obviously. One just knocked me off my feet. But the thing is imagine this. As we're taping this, and then fast forward time when we get in the eye, and the calmness of the eye. You can see birds flying around, the blue sky. It's absolutely nuts. But that's the core of the lowest pressure right there, and it's what's around that eye that just beats and beats up at the coastline, and beats up in people's homes, and beats up in trees and power lines and things like that. But what's going to be interesting, like I've been talking about, is what happens to Charlotte Harbor. Obviously the calming of the winds a little bit. Oh, Jesus. The calming of the winds is going to allow us to get in the eye, maybe some of that water to filter over. But do we in fact see the surge component ramped up when we get on the south side of this thing in the southern eye wall? And it pushes the water
Jim, come on in for some cover, my man. Come on in. Come on in. We can have a conversation when you're under some cover. That's too much. We're going to get Jim a break there. Dr. Knabb, gusts there, 110 miles an hour. Jim was showing us all the debris that's flying down the streets here. The other side of that eye wall is hitting us in Inglewood. Look how much damage there is here.
Yeah, and so what Jim experienced and what you see on the ground and flying through there here is one of the many, many reasons why venturing out into the eye is a bad idea, because when that back side comes in, then more wind, more debris, and it's the debris flying through the air that also does a lot of of the damage, right? And it's one thing if you're experiencing strong winds. It's another thing when debris is flying. So that's why shutters and plywood on windows protect homes. You don't necessarily just need to protect from the wind itself. You need to protect from things flying through the window. And the airports are measuring gusts, the 90 to 100 plus mile an hour range. But there's the 77 gusts to 108 at the airport. Oh, by the way, I will mention that the Punta Gorda Airport observation is east and not right on the water like Jim's shot has been. So they're probably getting even stronger winds on the water there. But look at this huge area, Laurel and Arcadia down through Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, all the way down through Cape Coral, Fort Myers, down to Bonita Springs, Sanibel. Everybody there under an extreme wind warning. This is where you shelter like you would for a tornado, lowest dry level, most interior room.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon. The older,
93 miles an hour. Look at the palms, how they're swaying. The water's really coming up now as well, as we're getting a strong onshore flow, a big push into places like Charlotte Harbor. We've been hammered out on the Barrier Islands, and places like Fort Myers Beach have gone underwater. We have complete coverage for you, including with our teams out in the field, including our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, the former director of the National Hurricane Center. Dr. Knapp, landfall location identical to Hurricane Charlie. You were on the operations floor at the Hurricane Center when Charlie made landfall. Compare the two for us.
Well, I remember Bill Reed and I at the time talking about how this Charlie at the time is going to be the hurricane of record for southwestern Florida. And for some people, it may very well stay that way, but for many, many more, this will be the one that they remember because it's affecting more people in a worse way with wind and water. And this is a slower mover. It is larger, and it's going to have a much more significant impact from wind and water at the coast and for so many more people inland. It's gusting 50, 60 miles an hour in Tampa right now.
We're easily going to get at least 1 million people that lose power as a result. Mike Seidel is in Fort Myers. Mike, the conditions have been awful. We've watched you for hours now. Are they getting any better? That's what I want to know, because you've been in that eye wall. The winds were so extreme and the surge coming up every single hour.
Nothing has improved. It's only gotten worse as far as the surge goes. We never got really into the eye. We had some brightening. I'm looking at it right now. We're up on the 3rd floor, and this is the bird's eye view. That is the Caloosahatchee River, and the wind still gusting over 100 miles an hour. Waves crashing into what was the pool deck. We were down there earlier. Looks like the surge is at least 4 or 5 feet above the deck, but again, the water was below deck level. A lot of debris going upriver. Look at the spray, because the wind has shifted a little bit and it's swirling around. We're standing up here on the balcony, and yeah, it's 10 or 15 miles an hour. So we're in a perfect position to get out of the wind and avoid the debris. But we've seen a lot of stuff come upriver. We saw a big yacht float by. We've seen deck chairs, boardwalks, and I don't know, Mike Hall, if you can see that in the distance, that's the pier that was there earlier. The only thing really left there are the pilings. That's all that's left. We had a building at the edge of the pier. That's gone. We're watching this building back here, but this is a brick building down here. I think it's like a pool bar, where you can get a burger on a nice day, and I think that's going to stay put. These roofs are basically hurricane-proof, but just an incredible view from up here, Jim, with these 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts and the river taking over all of this part of Fort Myers. Let's go back to you in Punta Gorda, where I know you've had gusts over 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, just won a couple rounds with Rocky Balboa out here. You know how that goes. You're not going to win. So it's all good. We're all good. Our crew's good. There's always going to be bumps and bruises after stuff like this, but that's the way it is. This isn't about me. It's about all these people that are losing power, losing homes, losing property, as we've seen with so many videos. Erickson, that's panning a little bit to the right. And, this will probably give you a pretty good idea why we had to get out of this wind. And it's really howling here. We just had a gust at Punta Gorda Airport, 110 miles an hour. And I'm telling you, a lot of people ask me, Jim, what's like the strongest wind you can stand in? And I'm like, I'm going to be honest with you guys, 100 is a lot. It's going to knock you off your feet. And when it comes instantaneous like that, and it's even a little bit stronger, it's going to knock you off your feet. And that's how it goes. Again, but notice, just since Erickson panned over there, you kind of saw the wind come and even go a little bit. So overall, it's not as consistently strong as it was. So are we in fact getting to that point where we all of a sudden break into the eye? And what we'll see, and what we should see before that, is obviously this wind, but you'll start to see the sky brighten up a little bit, because we're getting that sunny hole that's starting to come toward us. The other thing too is sometimes when these things come ashore, the ice starts to fill in, and you get robbed of that. But either way, don't be fooled. The water's going to come across the other side of the harbor. That's the first thing, and then it's going to get blown into the east side of the harbor and up the Peace River. So please be safe, everybody. We got a long way to go here in Punta Gorda and Southwest Florida.
Why hide your skin if Dupixent has your moderate to severe eczema or atopic dermatitis under control?
Hide my skin? Not me.
Of the eye as we do on the south side where all the onshore flow is. But we appreciate you staying with us here for team in place, keeping you up to date, including the former director of the National Hurricane Center and a hurricane expert to Gorda, where Jim Cantore is. Jim, the winds have been howling, a lot of debris flying around here. I did want to ask you, had a little encounter there. Everything okay? It looked like you might have even lost a shoe. Just want to make sure you're okay.
Yeah, buddy, we're good. Thank you very much. I'm We're good. You know, I mean, you know the drill, Dennis. We're out here, and sometimes you get those big gusts. I knew I should have gone on that diet until after hurricane season, but it is what it is. You're looking out at why. We just kind of stepped out of harm's way here for a second due to these stronger winds. Frankly, I've never been lifted off my feet before, so that was a first. But you can see across the way just the way that the wind just kind of forces downward. It goes up and down, it forces and pushes. And it's been enough with this latest gust at Punta Gorda at 110 miles an hour to even remove some of the shingles off of the roof here at CJ's Tavern, which is right across the street from me. So, you know, it's just been constant now. We've been in this for about 2 hours. It's done nothing but increase and increase. But here's the deal. At the end of the day, you can hide from this stuff. You don't have to be out standing in the middle of the street, okay? You can hide from it. But I do what I do to show you what the heck's going on out here. The other problem is we ask you to leave because of this. Let's take you down to Fort Myers Beach. Look at the surge. Look at the surge. Who's going to come get you if you're in that? Nobody. You're on your own. That's why these evacuation orders are given. This is why we want you to heed them. This is why we want you to stay out of harm's way. The water will go out. It always does. But you got to wait for the storm to go by. And in some cases, 2 times. So you go through the eastern eye wall, then you go through the eye, potentially, and then you get on the backside of the storm. And the fact that the wind will be still, even some kind of northwesterly component, means it's still coming from the water area. So it's going to remain up for a while. Now, places like the Caloosahatchee and the Peace River, once the storm gets to our east, those winds will be pushing the water back out again. So it may actually go out faster there. But the problem, we're not out of the woods in Punta Gorda, because we were going to see the eye, then we're going to get on the back side of the eye, and everybody here on the eastern side of the Charlotte Harbor is going to watch the water from the other side come back over this way. So our worst water rise is coming on the backside of the hurricane. So please don't be lulled into getting out there and say, oh, we never got any surge here. No. It's going to come up. It's going to come up. Again, we're still not in the eye. We're still dealing with these very, very gusty winds. But I will say, Dr. Nab, sometimes you get a gust like we're getting right now. Sometimes it quiets a little bit. It's not as persistent as it's been. But you tell me, how long are we from seeing some sunshine?
Well, just moments away from getting into the eye, and you'll get out of that northeastern eye wall. It'll be kind of a milky sunshine, I think, at times. But again, regardless, you don't want to venture out into the eye because you don't know how long you're going to be in the eye because the motion can be erratic. If you go right through the center, it can be a while, but if you're closer to the edge, it can be very, very quick, and it'll be an abrupt howling wind on the backside of this. So it's scary to think that in Punta Gorda, you haven't even gone through half the storm yet. And look at this, at the Punta Gorda airport, off to the east of where Jim is, farther inland, sustained 75 gusts to 124, and that doesn't have the same kind of exposure. So this is from blowing from a direction from land toward Charlotte Harbor, and you're 75 gusts 124. So this is a Cat 4 hurricane. Up in here. So that is the other aspect of this that will become more and more dire the longer that this large, intense, slow-moving hurricane dumps rainfall, the more we're going to have rain-induced flooding. And some of that is happening in coastal areas that are dealing with storm surge. But the bottom line is that this has been a worst-case landfall scenario for places like Fort Myers Beach, with the catastrophic storm surge that has flooded up to the roofs of buildings.
The Lab is presented by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
do. It can bring the water all the way through the inlets into the rivers and then way upriver. So that is an indication of just how connected all of the water bodies are. So we've had the storm surge here into Fort Myers Beach, and then our Mike Seidel has shown us the entrance to the Caloosahatchee River, how much water is accumulating there, and then the water is going upriver. So we're going to go to our Jim Cantori, who is in Punta Gorda, and it's amazing, Jim, how at these airports east of you, farther inland, you've gusted over 120 miles an hour. So I got to believe that these waterfront locations are getting stronger winds, and then wait till it blows from the water toward that eastern part of Charlotte Harbor.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, man, when it comes at you at 100, it's pretty hard to stand up. I won't lie about it, and that's why we're not out in it right now. We're just going to show you the pictures. I got Chris Erickson on camera, and we're in a protected area kind of behind this big brick wall now. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I just don't feel like rolling down the street. It gets a little old, and you can see what's going on here. Big wind coming on through. Still waiting to get into this eye. I'm wondering, Dr. Nab, this thing's stalling a little bit. Kind of taking a little sidestep and maybe even stalling just a hair here for a second, because we really haven't seen the break. I thought we would get into a break. It almost looked like it was brightening a little bit, and then we just went right back into, and I was almost going to stand out there again. But the wind just started absolutely ripping through. But again, don't be fooled.
Yeah, Jim, you're right on the edge of the eye wall. You're right on the edge of it. And so it's just little bits of wobbles in the overall hurricane and changes in the character of the interior part of the eye wall can make it very borderline what you're experiencing. But
we just lost the roof.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we did right there. It's the right side, Chris. The right side of the roof of this building and the sign. There's more shingles and the sign. The sign's gone. The sign's gone. Holy smoke. Sorry, Doc. Just stuff, when stuff like that happens, you see it right in half in front of you. That's why, actually probably a good thing we're kind of standing back here protected from all this debris. That's the thing, being in a city, you got all these buildings and whatnot. Stuff comes from different streets. It comes from high elevations, and you don't see it coming, especially when these visibilities in some of these rain bands. Holy smoke! Look at this! Look at this! Right down the street. Nora, thank you for pulling me out of the street. Thank you, Nora. Seriously. Mama knows best. I appreciate that. Wow. All right, guys, again, the signage, things are still blowing around, just like Dr. Nab said. It's going to be great when we get in this eye, because everybody's ready for a break here. But this is why. I don't know why people are driving around, because that debris comes along, it's going to go right through those windows. The smaller the debris sometimes, the worse it can be, especially if it's hard. So, just stay off the streets, guys. And remember, when it gets calm, we're still going to have to deal with the backside of this thing. It may take a minute before it gets to us, but we're still going to have to deal with the backside of this thing. I've been seeing a lot of styrofoam, a lot of fascia, plywood coming by.
Yeah, so another thing about the eye is it's kind of cloud filled. So you're not going to have as much clearing as you might think. So it'd be even harder to tell when the eye is about to depart and you get the backside.
What did I miss? She took her first steps. Can she do it again? I missed it. I stepped away from the bowl for 2 seconds.
There it is. Smack on top.
Whoa, what happened?
Oh, you missed that. Probably shouldn't have left.
Tostitos. Get to the good stuff.
With handcrafted steak, burgers, and chicken sandwiches, there's a perfect plate for everyone. Great value for all your favorites, only from IHOP. Download the app and earn free food with every order.
Dehydrated hair? Hyaluronic acid for your hair.
know if it's siding, roofing, some of these aluminum. Wow, that, you know what? It just got calm. It just got real. It just got really calm here. Look at this, Erickson. Wow. Yeah, all right. Doc, you said it. We're almost in the eye. I mean, it's still a little breezy, but I'm going to be honest with you. I could not walk out here stand up straight before. I could not. It's still gusty, so it's not clean, but this is a big difference. Maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe I spoke too soon. All right. Ooh. Yeah, I thought we were in the eye for a second. I really did. I mean, we're trying to get there. If you look at the radar and you look at the way that this thing's coming at us right here, leave us here.
I need your steady my shoulder for me.
Just hold his shoulder. Hold his shoulder right here.
Better.
Steady his shoulder for him.
Okay.
So we can just keep shooting and I can talk behind this thing. Wow, that was crazy. Well, now you know why we asked you not to go out in the eye, or what you think is the eye. Dangerous out here, guys. Debris still flying around. If anything that's changed, we've lost the rain. Okay, it's not raining hard. We got good visibility now. We can see all the way to the bridge. We can see, across parts of the city here. Again, we're right on 41 here in downtown Punta Gorda. No sign of water intrusion yet. We'll see what happens again when the winds come around from the other side. When they calm a little bit, which isn't happening right now, we'll be able to get a little bit more of an idea of what's going on out through here. But right now, we're kind of lulled into this sense of being in the eye, or tried to get in it. But for the moment, we're still on that, I guess, northeastern edge of the inner eye wall. Nab, over to you. Let's go back to Dr. Nab in the studio.
Actually, Jim, I'm going to take it from you right now, as we're just basically off to listen. As the crow flies, Jim Cantore is about 20 miles off to my southeast, not very far, and he looks like he might get into that eye. And remember, with hurricanes, the eye is shaped, it's like a stadium effect on the inside, and so if he's just on the edge of that, he might not really get into the center of it where it'll be a little bit cleaner. I know that it's a little bit of a dirty eye, but it doesn't look like we're going to get in at all. We have been in the eye wall since around 1 o'clock. So 1 to 2, we're going on 3 hours now of the eye wall, and it's just been relentless. Hurricane Ian has been relentless here, and what I can see around me is a lot of palm trees that are down. I don't know if you can see the one over here. I know my photog is trying to stay as dry as he possibly can, but what you see across the street there's a lot of palm trees like that. You can see, I think, in this field across the street as well. What I think is impressive is that you can see the wind-driven rain. That's not something you see all the time, and that cuts down the visibility. I literally cannot see past that house where I just showed you the palm tree. You can't even see it now with this wind-driven rain. And this is probably the gustiest wind that we have seen so far here in Inglewood. The only flooding that I've seen is this type of flooding in the culverts, more palm trees down as I look down the street. But we haven't had significant flooding. This dips down and the rainwater is collecting in there. So far, the damage that I've seen, there's a shed across the street that's getting ripped apart by the wind. There's been a lot of tree debris around. And we also are seeing the siding come off the house. You can't even see across the street. You cannot see across the street right now. That's how bad it is. We're talking just a matter of feet. And we're not going to get in the eye. It doesn't look like here in Inglewood. So we're going to stay in this type of weather. We've already been in it 3 hours for several more hours. I don't know if Bettis or Dr. Nab is in there. Maybe give us a heads up. Obviously, our technology is not really working out here. Bettis or Nab, any idea how more hours
we're going to be in it for a while longer, unfortunately. When watching that eye wall, Dr. Nab followed on the radar, too. She could be in it for a while here, Dr. Nab. And that little wobble east has made the difference up there around Inglewood or maybe up toward Venice or up toward Sarasota as well. They're going to stay consistently where they are now.
Yeah, both because of the slowing down, erratic motion of the hurricane as it comes ashore and the changing character of the eye wall as this interacts with land and you get some frictional effects. All kinds of things can happen. It really is going to be a very wide-ranging set of experiences that people have with regard to how much time they were in the eye, whether they were in there at all. And it's so important not to venture out when the calm of the eye comes, because you don't know really how long you'll be in the eye. And also, I'll show you on the visible imagery here that the eye has become more and more cloud-filled as it has come ashore. You see how you can see the swirling low-level clouds when it was just offshore, but it has become more cloud-filled as it's come inland. So you're not going to really have much in the way of visual cues that the clearing is now going to change to cloudiness. You might hear the wind coming, but it will not give you a whole lot of notice. So it is really vital that we shelter for this extreme wind warning, and we look at where that's in effect. I want to back out and show you that, because that is the warning that is like a tornado warning, and it's for a very large area until 6 p.m. Eastern time. Lowest dry level, most interior room. We do have a flash flood warning in the northwestern part of this, and we've got the storm surge flooding that's happening in the coastal area. So if you aren't evacuated and you are sheltering from wind, you don't want to be going down to the levels that are flooding with water. So it's a dire situation, no doubt about it, but we got to shelter like we would for a tornado with this. And there's the flash flood warning. This is going to become more and more of an issue that could become the issue for some of the inland locations. Just some of the more recent wind reports that we've gotten: Cape Coral and Captiva gusting well over 100 miles an hour. And the surface observations from the airports have been showing us gusts up in the range of 100, 120 plus miles per hour. Mike, it's amazing to get those kinds of reports at the airports that are farther inland. Certainly the winds are even stronger when you have the open exposure to the water.
We're going to be in it for a while, too. The slow motion here is not helping our cause whatsoever. I want to take you up to Sarasota. Meteorologist Chris Bruin is there. Chris, really strong east winds for you. What effect is that having on Sarasota?
You know, first off, I will say the surge has been a negative surge. We've seen that in Tampa Bay. I'm sure you've seen some of the conditions with the water coming way out, even further out than what we saw with Irma. So that shows you the power here with Ian. Sarasota Bay, I was out there earlier this morning before the conditions deteriorated, and there was already a push of water all the way out. So we're continuing to see that surge being drawn out into the Gulf of Mexico. So the coastal areas have actually fared fairly well. We haven't had a lot of issues with at least storm surge yet. That's if we stay on that north side. Once the winds start to wrap back around, we will get more of a push. But I think the worst case scenario as far as storm surge goes for Sarasota, we're looking hopeful. All right, but still going to have 3, 4, 5, 6 feet potentially as this works its way up through central Florida. Wind is our bigger issue. All right, guys, I can't stress this enough. We are in Lakewood Ranch. Our hotel got evacuated because we were near the water in Zone A, and they closed down. So we had to relocate. We're back near I-75 in Sarasota, right on the Sarasota-Manatee County line near University Parkway. You know the area well if you live here or visited. This is Lakewood Ranch, Main Street, Lakewood Ranch, right? And you get an idea what conditions are like here. We're getting an offshore wind. So winds are coming out of the east, pushing on towards the beaches, right? They're coming out of the land. So that's helping break them apart a little bit. But even so, we've had gusts over 75 miles per hour. I saw the highest observation in Sarasota, 77 mile per hour wind gusts. We're persistently gusting 50, 60 miles per hour right now in Lakewood Ranch. But you look at the radar, look at that northernmost outer eye wall. That's not far away. We already saw the conditions in Venice. That situation, those winds are nearing 90 to 100 miles per hour. That's working its way into Sarasota. So conditions are going to get much worse in the next 2 hours. And guys, Charlie really caused a lot of tree damage in Punta Gorda and areas around Port Charlotte, Charlotte Harbor. We had Wilma and Irma over the last several years that have really made it through Southwest Florida. But Sarasota hasn't been rocked by winds at 100 miles per hour in a long time. The tree canopy here is likely going to be tested in a way it hasn't seen in decades. So I expect massive power outages that could last for weeks. And also the potential of being blocked into your neighborhood, especially the banyan trees and the oak trees that we have here in Sarasota. That is a big concern in this part of Florida.
Chris, thank you so much. Those banyans are beautiful, but they're huge and they can really come down all over Southwest Florida. Chris, thank you. Want to show you maybe some of the more dramatic moments that we've seen from this hurricane officially making landfall at 3:05 Eastern time. We're with our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. Dr. Knabb, we've got this camera placed on Estero Boulevard in Fort Myers Beach. It's pointing over toward the Lanikai Hotel. And this is a time lapse. We sped it up. This is go minute by minute. The amount of water that comes up and how quickly it comes up is astounding.
Yeah, so this is on a barrier island, and you're looking toward the Gulf of Mexico. Buildings on the other side are Gulf front, and this is the Gulf of Mexico coming onto normally dry ground. And look how, yes, it's sped up because of the time lapse, but even in real time, that water is moving. It has got debris in it, and it is gradually rising because you have the continued onshore push on the eastern and then southeastern side. And Fort Myers Beach has been facing the onshore flow for hours and hours and getting to be close to high tide. And this camera is mounted, what's it, about 6 feet up above the ground for the sole purpose of, they placed it there beforehand to monitor the storm surge. And you'll notice that before too much longer, this camera goes underwater. We were anticipating storm surge flooding of 12 to 18 feet within this general area of coastline.
Just amazing, Dr. Knabb, because if you look at the before pictures to give some people some perspective, it's beautiful. A lot of people who live there know it. A lot of people that live in other states go there to vacation. They're very familiar. It's really alarming to see how much surge came up, how quickly that surge came up, and how damaging that can be. You said to our viewers, like one-story buildings may not survive this surge.
And even multi-story buildings could have, their lower floors gutted by the water, and then you have maybe the wind damage. And water that's moving this quickly, you don't realize how heavy and damaging and deadly water can be, and it is going to be plowing through these buildings. And this is why we evacuate, because you can't ensure your survival. The only way you can is to not be there when this happens. And who knows how high this actually got in other places that we're not looking at.
What's interesting about it, too, is you see the water come up. There are no white caps or anything like that because the surge is coming ahead of the eye. But then once the eye and the eye wall get there, that's when the winds really start to crank. You see the palms really going, and then you really start to see the waves on top of the surge.
And, again, because this is such a large and powerful hurricane and a slow mover, the duration of the push of the Gulf of Mexico toward the coastline, and this is a part of the coastline that is concave shaped. It's one of the most storm surge vulnerable areas in the country, even the world. And this is the worst case scenario that led to this. Strong, intense, large, slow moving, and concave-shaped coastline with really shallow water going out from the beach. That's why we maximize the storm surge. And it isn't just a beachfront issue like we're seeing on these barrier islands, where Jim Cantore is in Punta Gorda. He's on Charlotte Harbor. And before long, Jim, we're going to have a push from the west toward the eastern part of that harbor. You could get storm surge when that second back eye wall comes through.
Yeah, it's going to push. It's like having water on a plate, Doc. It just sloshes it back the other way, right, as the wind pushes it across. So it's going to get worse on the water, trust me, here on the Punta Gorda side. Again, it's still breezy. It's still gusty. We've gotten to a side here where at least you can stand out in front of the camera. But look at this. The last time I saw pictures of palm trees and all the palms ripped off the top of the palm, you have to go back to Wilma in Cancun. I remember seeing this in Cancun. All right, that's an incredible wind, Doc, as you know, because these trees are meant to take a good bit of wind and just sway with it. But Look at this. They were just ripped right off the top here. Literally right off the top. That's a pretty incredible sight, to say the least. Again, guys, a lot of debris from those trees. We saw sign debris. We've seen roofage that has been ripped in places from time to time. But the wind and at least the rain now, I'm going to say the rain for about the last 10 minutes has pretty much ended. You get an occasional spit here, but there, I mean, now you got visibility and you can see how far out that we can see a lot of this. But, you know, I see people now leaving the garage, and I hope the heck they don't realize and they don't live in a low-lying area that's on the east side of Charlotte Harbor, because that water still has a big chance of coming up. Guys, it's starting to calm a little bit. Do we get in the eye here momentarily? We'll see, but we still got a long way to go.
You can be well dressed. You can be well groomed. Or even well spoken. But there's just something about being well adventured. Adventure on a deeper level. Discover more in the Subaru Forester Wilderness. Love, it's what makes Subaru, Subaru. Subaru is the National Park Foundation's largest corporate donor.
Science proves your best sleep is vital to your mental, emotional, and physical health.
everything.
We're building them a rock star brand new kitchen and revamping the entire living room.
We only have less than a week to get this done.
All of this, the winds have been so extreme that already early stages of this hurricane, more than 1 million customers have lost power in Florida, from Lee to Sarasota, Collier, Charlotte, and Pinellas County. Pinellas County, up where St. Pete and Clearwater are, we're talking almost 83,000 customers without power, and they are well away from where the eye is, just kind of showing you the scope of the winds associated with Hurricane Ian. The latest advisory that came in at 4 o'clock has the winds at now 145 miles per hour and a northeast movement at 9 miles per hour. A lot of coverage to still bring to you. We have our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, the former director of the National Hurricane Center, with instant analysis from the studios here at the Weather Channel. Our crews are in the field as well, including Stephanie Abrams, who's in Englewood, which is on the north side of the eye. Stephanie, you may never get the eye. You may stay in the eye wall for hours. Can you update us on the winds there in particular?
Dennis, it's been relentless for hours already. And now we got to tell people at home that they're going to still be in this for several more hours. I will say what you're seeing now, it's been pretty consistent for a while. You get some of these bigger gusts, rain like that, a little more intense, then it backs down a little bit. But I mean, we're talking relative here. So it's not like you're really getting a break. I'm just saying you're getting a break from really getting, it handed to you. But what I will say is just recently, Bettis, we just heard some thunder. We're really out of communications here as it is. I can see sparks flying from power lines. The water is out. But can you maybe give us an update on what the situation is lightning-wise in this eye wall?
Yeah, there's definitely lightning there. Dr. Knabb's been following that really closely for us. Dr. Knabb, I want to bring you in. What are your thoughts on that lightning in that eye wall?
Well, it wasn't more than about an hour ago where you had a really vicious lightning outbreak there in the northeastern eye wall over Punta Gorda. But these, areas of deep convection rotate around. And now, Steph, it's not as potent as it was, but there's a lot of lightning between Port Charlotte and Englewood and very close to you.
All right, so do we see that this thing is starting to weaken at all now that it's made landfall and it's moving on shore, or is it still holding together?
Well, the maximum sustained winds are still way up. The pressure is still way low. It's going to take a while for it to spin down. But in terms of its appearance on the radar, we are seeing some erosion of the convection on the eastern eye wall for now. And the northern eye wall and the northwestern eye wall are the most convectively active up in here and up in here. But we have still, we've got that extreme wind warning over this whole area. I'm not saying it's weak enough that the winds aren't of major hurricane strength. They are throughout this warning area. But when you look at what's been happening, not just near the coast, but inland as well, some of these airports on the east side, so Steph, on the exact opposite side of the hurricane from you, inland Fort Myers Airport has been gusting over 100 miles an hour recently. So it could be worse if you had the convectively active part of the storm where you are on the eastern side. So you're not getting the strongest part of the hurricane, but it's bad enough.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty bad here. And I will say, guys, I am happy that we're going through this during the daylight, because so many of these storms come in at night. It's hard to see. It's extra scary because it's so dark. The other thing I want to note is the construction of these homes is really solid. But Bettis, you can see some of the siding is ripping off of the home here that you can see. And I can't see literally. I can see this house. I can kind of see the one next to it. I cannot see past that. That's how bad the visibility is. But so far, Bettis, that's the type of damage I'm seeing. The siding, you can see, maybe you can't see it. It's hard to see a shed across the street and trees coming down. But I know that everyone is not this lucky. I know that all communities are not this lucky, Mike.
No, they're not all built equally, right? And the visibility is so evident, how poor the visibility is, Steph, on camera. But what I wonder is, looking at some of those houses there, they appear to be well built, but I bet you a lot of them, I would guarantee they have hurricane straps, right? Which is really keeping their roof attached to their home.
You know, Mike, after Andrew in Florida, they really made people upgrade their homes, especially new ones that were getting built. And I will say that so far, the roofs are all staying solid. But as you mentioned, we still have many more hours to go through this. So it's something we're going to continue to keep our eye on here. Our water is out, so we have no more water here, at least where we're staying. And the power, shockingly, Mike, if you can believe it, is on, but we have no water.
This year.
opposed to freshwater intrusion? Is there a difference?
Well, it can make a difference in terms of what it does to certain metals and other materials.
Corrosive, right?
Yeah. But flooding is flooding, and once you just get a few inches of water of any kind into a house, it's going to be very damaging. But the difference with storm surge, Mike, is that this salt water is moving quickly, and it's got waves on top of it, so it's not like some river flooding that might come up more slowly. You know, some river floods, like in Kentucky this year, they were moving too. But with storm surge right near the coast on these barrier islands, it is moving. We're seeing more and more pictures, different than that aerial we saw of Naples, where it was a little bit less moving water. But aerials in Fort Myers Beach and other places where the water has come in and obliterated structures because it was moving with waves on top of it.
Dr. Nab, we know the track takes it through Florida. Can you help explain to our viewers that might be watching from Kissimmee or Orlando what their flooding might look like and how it could be different from what we're seeing right now?
Well, the end result in isolated spots could end up looking like this if we get the foot or 2 feet of heavy rainfall in some very flood-prone areas. So inland flooding could be very, very significant over the next couple of days. And also, Mike, northeastern Florida is going to get storm surge and rainfall and could have flooding that looks a little bit like this.
Yeah, good analysis, Dr. Nab. Let's take you to a place being hard hit right now. That's Inglewood. Our Stephanie Abrams is there. Steph, you've been in this eye wall for hours now. Could be hours before you're out of it.
Hours.
One thing that's interesting to me is that at least where you are, maybe you can give us a lay of the land, there hasn't been any flooding, but you've had a lot of rain.
We have had a lot of rain in Bettis. The flooding that you can see is happening behind me. These are those little dips, maybe culverts. I don't technically know the name, if you will, but you see these all over Florida. I was born and raised in South Florida, and we had these West Palm, Wellington, you know, those areas, Boca Raton, and that's where the water is really accumulating. Other than that, we haven't seen any significant flooding, but yes, it's been raining nonstop with this system as well. And Bettis and Nab, before you guys go, I know you need a break maybe, but I just had a quick question for Dr. Nab, if you can still hear me. And Dr. Nab, this is a little out of left field, so there might not be a good answer for it, but you know how we can calculate, okay, 75 mile an hour Cat 1 versus what we're dealing with, 150, 155 winds. The damage can go up exponentially by like 300 times. We know that as you go up away from friction from land, you can calculate the winds. We're 2 miles from the beach. Is there a way to determine how much stronger those winds are? We have a little less friction at the beach versus being 2 or 5 miles inland?
Well, because you have wind blowing from land toward the Gulf of Mexico, on the northern side where you are, this wind speed at the beach is probably similar to what you're experiencing because it's a land exposure. But once you get out over the water, to the west and southwest of the eye, still out over the Gulf of Mexico, the winds would be stronger. And that's why we've been saying on the opposite side of the eye from you, even inland, east of I-75 in the Fort Myers area is getting stronger winds than you because they have the stronger side of the hurricane and it is a little bit more exposed to what's coming off the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, it makes absolute sense. Thanks for that, Dr. Nab. And we're going to go to Chris Bruin, who's in Sarasota. By the way, when we come back, we're going to change our shot up, take you to the back side of the house to show you what's going on there. Chris Bruin, what do you have coming up?
Hey, coming up, we're going to take a look at how things are going downhill rather quickly in Lakewood Ranch, Sarasota. The worst of the conditions are miles to our south, and they're working in. As we go to break, take a look at what scenes look like on Main Street, Lakewood Ranch. Completely empty, which is good. We still have power, but winds are rocking. Look at all the palm fronds, and it's not going to be long before we see trees starting to come down. The palm trees are already getting rocked. We'll be back.
Right now, it could seem like the only people who matter are the loudest. Those who want to tear things down and then fly away on their own personal spaceships when things get hard.
But having said that, it is still extreme right now. We had an official landfall at 3:05 Eastern time at Cayo Costa. That with 150 mile per hour winds and a central pressure of 940 millibars. With the latest update, the pressure's up ever so slightly, 942, and the winds down ever so slightly at 145. Still a very intense Category 4 hurricane. Want to bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp. Take a look at some video, Dr. Knapp. Time lapse of the storm surge that happened today in Fort Myers Beach.
And by the way, it's still ongoing. They still have an onshore push, but it's been going on for hours. And when we maximize that onshore push on this barrier island, you are looking toward the Gulf of Mexico. Those buildings, those hotels on the other side are Gulf front. And then this is Estero Boulevard going through Fort Myers Beach. The Gulf of Mexico is being pushed by the winds of the hurricane onto normally dry ground of this barrier island. And it's not just the water moving down the street, but it's all the debris that it is picking up. It is gutting the lower floors of these buildings. It is getting higher and higher. This camera, Mike, 6 feet above the ground. And the longer we go into this time lapse, the higher that water gets and starts lapping over the level of the camera. We expected 12 to 18 feet of storm surge flooding above normally dry ground in this general area of coastline. And it's not a surprise. And look how fast, I mean, yes, the time lapse makes it even faster, but even in normal time, the water is moving quickly. It is heavy. It has waves on top of it. It doesn't just get structures wet, it guts them and destroys them.
The force of that, and then wind driven, and there's so much debris. So things are collecting things. I mean, there's going to be so much cleanup afterwards. They're literally going to have the front end loaders out there picking up debris and trying to clear the streets. But then you take a look at how the, oh my gosh,
my goodness.
Look at that. See all the debris in that?
You feel like you're out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, but you're on normally dry ground.
It's insane, right? So this camera is mounted about 6 feet up. And you can see that the water's probably a little bit below that, but then the waves are crashing over that. And that's really where you're churning up things and you're really causing the damage is by the waves on top of the surge.
And this is a very important visual for everybody in coastal communities to realize why we call for evacuation for storm surge, because the only way to survive this, to ensure you're going to survive this, is to not be there when it happens. Can you imagine being in the middle of this? If you survive, then you'll say, I'm never going to stay in this again.
Dr. Knapp, this view is so important because it gives you a first-hand account of what the storm surge is doing. We rarely get a view like this because everyone is out of harm's way. This is, by the way, I'm going to let everyone know at home, this is an unmanned camera, okay? This is a camera that's broadcasting on its own, but there's so much stuff in that water and there's so much force behind it. I think this is really a good vantage point for people to really, it hits home how significant these hurricanes can be.
And you make the point, the very good one, that this is a rare view because this doesn't happen very often, certainly not in any one particular point. But Ian provided, unfortunately, the worst case scenario for Fort Myers Beach because we had high-end Cat 4 or 5 borderline, large, slow-moving, pushing the water into this concave-shaped coastline. It's one of the most vulnerable storm surge areas of the country, and this hurricane went in just the wrong spot. Now, on the other side of the eye, from Fort Myers Beach, we have our Chris Bruin, who's up in the Sarasota area where they've got an offshore wind and still have strong winds. But Chris, I'm glad to see there aren't too many people out and driving because you've got some damage.
Yeah, no, I mean, nobody's out. That's good. That's good to see. I mean, I still can't get over the surge in Naples, Fort Myers, Sanibel. We haven't even seen the full extent of this, guys. The damage is just, I mean, my hometown's Naples. And to see the pier literally underwater, it just breaks my heart. I think that it was the worst case scenario for surge in Naples. They've ridden through some of their hurricanes on their own, but Wilma, Irma did not produce the surge that we saw with Ian. And it is just tragic there in Naples, Bonita Beach, Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel Island, Yusepa Island, Captiva Island. I mean, these are going to be recovering in the weeks and months to come. The amount of water that has been pushed on shore is just mind-boggling to see the completely first floor to the roof submerged, cars floating in the street in some cases in cities like Naples. We're in Sarasota. We're not dealing with the surge, but I do not want you to let your guard down on the flash flood potential here. As Ian weakens and pushes up into central Florida. Winds will only get stronger here as we see the wind field kind of expand a little bit. And we're also going to squeeze out additional moisture on those northern bands, which are coming right down into Sarasota, Bradenton, and even Tampa up towards I-4 as we get into this evening and overnight tonight. Some areas may get over 15 inches of rain. And while we may not deal with the storm surge flooding, we could have a very significant flash flood event on our hands. Creeks, streams, ponds, low-lying spots likely could be filled deep in water. We'll be back.
Ooh, DQ
outreach shelter that's literally floating down the street. That is wild. But they've had so much surge there. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, is with us. Do we have any estimate, Dr. Knabb, on how high the surge has gotten in places like Fort Myers?
Well, the gauge data that we have and the visuals that we've had are not going to all be enough to tell us how high it has gotten, because that actually takes some forensic walking through after the fact. But I gotta believe it has gotten into the double digits in feet above normally dry ground. And Mike, when you see that big of an object floating, is it any surprise when we tell folks that just a foot or two of water can float your vehicle? If it can float this?
It's really, every image that we're getting now is stunning. We're getting more and more visuals like this, and heartbreaking to see what's happened here to the west coast of Florida. And we are a long way from through with this because it's a slow moving storm. We want to take you to Englewood, Florida with our Stephanie Abrams, where Stephanie, you've been in this for quite some time. The poor folks there on the north side of this eye in a lot of rain, in a lot of wind, thankfully an offshore wind in these locations as opposed to the onshore wind that we've had right here in Fort Myers Beach. But hopefully we can get this thing onshore here sooner than later and get those winds to really come down, because the winds are still at 145 miles per hour. And hopefully with interaction with land, those winds will come down a little bit quicker. And Dr. Knabb, I wanted to get back with Steph if we can in just a moment, but I'll bring in Dr. Knabb. How quickly do you think we can see those winds wind down, Dr. Knabb, because they're still elevated at 145?
Well, it'll take longer than we would all like, because these larger systems have so much momentum. It's not like when they hit land, they just die off. It's going to be a hurricane for hours. I mean, we've got hurricane warnings that go all the way to Orlando. Okay, so this is going to be a wind event that is a hurricane wind event way inland. So you don't have to be on the strongest side to be going through a really bad hurricane. Stephanie, as bad as what you have experienced has been and seen, it's not even the strongest part of Ian. Yeah, Steph, what's it like being not even being on the strongest side of Ian?
So sorry, I'm having a little miscommunication here, Dr. Knabb. I know you were saying we were not on the strongest side of Ian, I think is what you were talking about. And just to give everyone a little background, we've been in the front of the house the entire time. And we came to the back. I wanted to give you guys a different look here in the back of the house. But when we came back here, we saw all this standing water. And you see, it's a little hard to see. There's a power line that's draping down. And it was actually touching that metal fence and sparking. And the big power pole over here was sparking as well. And so this is why we decided, okay, we're not going to be out here in the back. We're just showing it to you now. We're on the concrete, and we're going to go back inside and go back out to the front of the house because it's too dangerous. And this is the thing, that power line, it doesn't look like a big deal right now, right? But when it was touching that metal fence, there was a lot of sparks and they were flying. So obviously water and electricity don't mix. By the way, electricity and just people don't mix. So this is something that you have to be careful of here, that you see all the standing water, but the wind is just still howling here. It is bending trees. It is breaking trees. This fence also, you see it is now wide open. I'm gonna try to get a better angle of this fence. There's another door that we can try to go out of to give you a better angle. But essentially you can just see the winds howling in this neighborhood. Somehow we still have power on, even with all these lights getting, all the power lines that are down and are sparking and trees are leaning on. I have no idea yet. We don't have any water. So there's no longer water here. Our tubs are filled in order to flush the toilets, but we're in this still for a while. And it's also quite dangerous back here. There's a lot, oh, there's the sparks. You see them? I don't know if our camera was able to catch it there quickly, but we'll stay on this as we have about 30 more seconds or so. And there's a lot of just pieces of debris back here. So this is why it's just not a safe idea for us to be here, but I can show it to you from a safe place. We are literally right inside the door. And in fact, Austin, I'm going to turn around and show everyone. Bettis, you were asking me about, are we safe and stuff? Austin, if you can turn around, I'll just show everyone. This is where we are. We're literally just a step outside the door right here. And we can bring Austin in. Austin, go ahead in and close the door. And now we're going to stay away from all the guys, and we'll reset for our next shot.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. But really driving home how intense the conditions are, even on maybe what's considered to be the weaker side of the storm. Official landfall, 2 landfalls now. Second landfall on mainland Florida at Pirate Harbor, just south of Punta Gorda. And so the storm now moving inland, causing extreme power outages already early in stages of this hurricane. More than 1 million customers without power, now moving inland, likely to cause even more outages. Stay with us. More continuing coverage coming up next right here on the Weather Channel.
for you?
Yeah, so let's walk you through that. Things have really deteriorated at the moment, but this morning, we were able to get around and check out the bay, which was actually really low because all the water got pulled out to the Gulf of Mexico, right? But we had those stronger wind gusts throughout the morning, tropical storm force, nothing persistent though, but just occasional gusts that would be last for 10 seconds and then kind of die down. That has changed. We're getting into persistent 40-mile-per-hour sustained winds, and we've had gusts as high in Sarasota over hurricane force. In fact, 77 miles per hour is the highest that I've been able to see, and that was at the airport, at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. We are in Lakewood Ranch, all right? So we are not threatened by the storm. There's a good gust right there. There's a good gust. All right. You look over here and you can actually see, I'm facing this way so I can see what's coming at me. And we've got a whole crew. Let's actually do a little show and tell because people always worry about our safety. Empty streets, all right? You got strong winds coming down Main Street, Lakewood Ranch, all right? There's a good gust right there. All bronze. And then as things go downhill, because again, winds are probably near 70 miles per hour at our location, we've got this tunnel underneath this condo and it is dead calm. Completely safe. We got our cars to kind of dry off in, and then we've got a safe spot with the option to go inside, bathrooms and a place to go up if needed, which I don't think that'll be the case, but something we're watching. I'm noticing the power's still on. Our hotel hasn't lost power either, but a lot of people in Sarasota have. One thing that's unique about Sarasota is that a lot of the power lines are actually underground. So I don't know exactly how all that works with losing power, if it's more of a water issue or if there's substations that end up getting taken out, but it kind of gives you an idea. All right, so that gust came through. That was a lot stronger. Winds have subsided a little bit, but you see we're still sustained near tropical storm force. I would say about 40 miles per hour, and then gusting to 60, 70, even close to 75. Now, as the gusts come through, we're going to walk over this way. You can get an idea. There's the movie theater. I mean, this is a Wednesday afternoon. It should be pretty busy. You got Starbucks coffee shop down the way. Fortunately, nothing's open as it should be. I've seen video out of downtown Sarasota, all right, and it is completely empty. The only people I've seen out on the road have been a few onlookers trying to see what things look like, a lot of them storm chasers, and then law enforcement. And that's awesome. That's what you want to see, okay? So let's walk you through how things are going to go from here because we're still not in the worst of this for Sarasota. Now, we avoided the worst case scenario for surge, so we're in good shape there. However, as winds start to wrap back around, as Ian continues to work off towards the northeast, we will see a push of water back into the bay. It will rise, but I think a lot of the businesses and homes along, say, Sarasota Bay and then the Barrier Islands, I think they're going to fare fairly well. So that's encouraging. More concerning for Sarasota is the wind that could even get stronger than what we've been seeing this afternoon. In fact, that outer eye wall is knocking on our doorstep. In fact, southern parts of Sarasota County have gusted to 90 miles per hour. We've seen that in Venice, and obviously you've seen Steph Shot in Inglewood. They're getting those 100-mile-per-hour winds, and some of that wind energy may get up here as it kind of sprawls out and grows and kind of changes now that it's moving over land. The core is moving over land. So Dr. Knabb, we talked a lot about the wind. I think that's going to be a big concern here in Sarasota. We've got to talk about the flooding, the flash flood potential. I was driving around. Water was over the road in so many spots, and that was 3 hours ago just because of the heavy rain threat. As this storm kind of now evolves over land, it's going to enhance the rainfall in those northern bands, and we could see rain amounts as high as 15 inches, which is going to cause disastrous flooding, not near the storm surge zones, but in areas where people evacuated to, the low-lying areas along I-75. There's a lot of spots here in Lakewood Ranch and in East Sarasota that are very vulnerable to heavy rain flooding, especially along rivers and even canals and ponds. So that's going to, I think, I'd be a big concern here in Sarasota moving forward.
And in so many other places, especially in Central Florida, the inland flood threat is really, really significant. We still have storm surge ongoing on the west coast of the peninsula. We have a storm surge risk on the east coast of the peninsula. And in between, we're going to have a hurricane for many, many hours to come, especially when the hurricanes are large. They take a long time for all that momentum to spin down. We've got The 5 p.m. advisory, max winds are at 140 miles an hour. It is just inland from Punta Gorda. And we want to see this number come down as fast as possible. It's not going to come down as fast as we would like, but there's a number we would like to see go up. That's this one, the forward speed, but it's going down. It is going to be moving significantly less than 10 miles an hour at times, and that means it's going to take an entire day for the center of the hurricane to cross the peninsula, and that's why we've got hurricane warnings all the way up through Orlando and Cape Canaveral and Daytona, and tropical storm warnings that go up into the southeastern U.S., even north of Florida. So we have a long way to go on the hurricane conditions. Here's the latest track and intensity forecast. This is valid at 2 a.m. Eastern time overnight tonight, still with max winds of 85 miles per hour. So you understand why we've got a hurricane warning for Orlando, and we're going to still have hurricane force gusts all the way to the East Coast. And this is a big hurricane too. It's like 30 miles of an eye in diameter. So it's going to be a long duration. When you have an intense, strong, slow-moving hurricane, it is going to be a long duration event. And the longer the wind blows, the more liable we are to have damage, and the more we're going to have the storm surge pile up, and the more the rainfall is going to add up. And the latest forecast has it getting back to a 65-mile-an-hour storm off the southeast coast, and then making another landfall into the Carolinas and Georgia and into the Appalachians. We've had tremendous water rise, a catastrophic worst-case scenario storm surge event in Fort Myers Beach, Florida, but we're also getting storm surge that continues to go up into the Caloosahatchee River into Fort Myers proper. Okay, that gauge is up in here. It has gotten about as high as the Naples gauge there, right near the immediate Gulf Coast. So this is not just a Gulf front problem. It's not just a problem in the harbors. It's up rivers as well. So this is how hurricanes take storm surge blocks even miles inland from the beach. It is astounding how strong the winds have been far away from the beach. Here's Fort Myers, Southwest Florida Airport, that's on the other side of I-75, east of 75. They have gusted over 100 miles an hour, and they're still on the strongest side of the hurricane, and we still have a decent, unfortunately, onshore push into this concave-shaped coastline in Fort Myers Beach, which is right here. This shape of coastline is what has been catching that onshore flow. That's why the storm surge is maximized there. We've had a very electric eye wall as it's been coming ashore, especially the northern northeastern eye wall has a lot of lightning. We've gusted way over 120 miles an hour in Punta Gorda at the airport, farther away from the water. And then the northern side of this is no fun either. The weaker side, but still part of a hurricane, is very, very dangerous. And this is an extreme wind warning that goes all the way from Bonita Springs up through Arcadia and Laurel, includes Fort Myers and Cape Coral, Punta Gorda, and Port Charlotte. Extreme wind warning, shelter like you would for a tornado. This remains in effect till 6 p.m. for the winds of a major hurricane. Look at some of these reports. Port Charlotte gusting to 110. Punta Gorda 124, Grove City out by the beach south of Venice, that went up to 110 miles an hour. Sarasota has gusted to 106. Down farther to the south, we've got, unfortunately, plenty of reports of, in Fort Myers Beach, storm surge levels up to the first-story roofs of buildings, and still wind gusts of over 120, over 130 miles down there at Cape Coral. And not only do we have the eye moving in, and by the way, don't venture outside during the eye. You don't know how long it's going to last. It's kind of cloud-filled. It's going to be roaring on the other side, and the winds will be very, very strong after that. And in the northwest side, this is where the heaviest rain is falling. We've got a flash flood warning, Port Charlotte up to Venice, in the south side of the Sarasota area. And where our Chris Bruin is up there in Sarasota, just south of you, the rainfall totals are getting to be a foot and a half, and the wind speeds north of you in the Tampa Bay area, or St. Pete just gusted to 77, Chris. So, that side of the hurricane you're on is no picnic. It is very, very serious business.
So, Dr. Knabb, talk to me here. As going forward, this is going to be kind of evolving. The eye likely, I would expect, expand a little bit, and then push some of that wind energy north and build in some of those rain bands to the north. What do you expect heading into this evening?
Yeah,
cities like Sarasota, lakelet.
Yeah, let's take a really wide view of this, and you'll see how far to the north of the eye, which is a big eye, it's like 30 miles across. But look at how far to the north this massive hurricane in horizontal size is producing heavy rain and thunderstorms. It is already raining hard in many parts of central Florida. And if we look at the new track and intensity forecast from the Hurricane Center, you just imagine that being projected along this path. Again, at a slower forward speed as we go through the night. Chris, it's going to last for hours and hours. So when we get to midnight tonight, maybe the hurricane is finally getting north of your latitude, but then you still have the backside of it to deal with, and it will be well into tomorrow before things really finally clear out in places like Tampa and Sarasota. So we have to really be prepared to stay inside for a very, very long time. Do we still have Chris Bruin there? Do you hear me, Chris?
Yeah, I hear you, Dr. Nab. Let's kind of show you what we're seeing. Again, gusts kind of come and go up near 70 miles per hour. We're sustained around 40, 45 is what I'm getting. The latest observation in Sarasota International was 46 miles per hour, sustained gusting over 71 miles per hour. We can show you this direction and look at these palm fronds. I mean, they literally littered the sidewalk. Driving around, I can tell you generally around the greater Sarasota area, from this morning down into the afternoon, just near our area, we've noticed a lot of small trees that have been blown over, a lot of palm fronds, right? A lot of debris kind of littered around. And we're also starting to see, I saw some video out of downtown Sarasota where there's some awnings, okay? Right here, I don't see any of that. And we're always keeping a close watch on debris on what could fall. But as winds get even stronger, the more debris will get lodged, and that could be a concern. Remember, too, this area has a huge, dense tree canopy. You've got banyan trees, you got oak trees, and those are massive. A limb comes falling on your home or on the lanai, and that can then cause wind to get inside and cause damage. We've had reports of a lot of people's screens blown out, Steph, here in Sarasota, and winds are only stronger. You mentioned, I saw that, Steph, if you can hear me, and you may not, that's okay. If you can hear me, though, I saw that backyard shot, and there was a lot of standing water. Is that surge, or is that just from the amount of rain that you guys have seen?
Chris, that is just rain. That is strictly rain. I mean, we are 2 miles as the crow flies from the ocean, and there are, some canals around us, but that is strictly rain. There's no water that I can see around us. It's just accumulating, and it is accumulating at the end of the dryways as well. So this is what it looks like in a lot of places. But again, this is getting dangerous because the power is out, power lines are down, power lines are sparking. And so, we're not going to walk in that water just in case. And the good news is that right where I'm located, there's actually no power lines. And so I'm safe where I'm standing. But we've been in this since just after 1 o'clock, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5. We're talking some 4 hours in the eye wall, and it's still hammering us. We still have a ways to go as this is slowly traversing through Southwest Florida. Power is out, water is out, and I think one of the big problems is that there's over 1 million people without power in the state of Florida. It's a big state, it is a long state, and so getting everyone back online is going to take some time. So everyone's going to have to be patient. If you do know people that you're able to get in contact with, we have very limited communications here. In fact, the phone I'm using right now, out of our entire crew, and there is 4 of us here, we have 1 phone that is working, just to give you an idea, that has a signal. That is it. So we have towers that are obviously down because there's a couple carriers that are not getting a signal out. So that will be another issue, is getting, those temporary, sometimes they will bring in temporary towers so that people's phones will start working again. So if you're not in communication with your family, it can be very scary, but just so you know, we're hoping they're okay, and it's just a matter of either power or the fact that the towers are out and they're unable to communicate and get to you. We're going to be back with more of live coverage of Hurricane Ian. We have crews from Fort Myers to Jacksonville and everywhere in between.
Oh, there you go.
time. And we have had that more of a northerly component, northeasterly component is what our winds have been. And as it passes, your winds shift around. And so it all does shift around. Once this moves inland, we'll get more of an onshore flow. It all depends on what the angle is. And when it moves on to places like Orlando, Jacksonville, does it make a third landfall? It made a second landfall here as a Category 4 hurricane in Cayo Costa. And we actually now have Jim Cantori, who's back up. Now, Jim, you're about 20 miles as a crow flies from me. And I can't see anything, Jim. We have no communication, no radars, nothing. Did you ever make it into the eye? I know you were just right on the cusp. You were on the eye fall. Yes. The last time I heard from you.
Yes, Steph, we're in the eye. It's a dirty eye. There's rain. There's some light wind. But I want to show you something, all right? Let's look up into the eye right here. Brad, don't even play with this iris as much as you can to show me how bright it is right there. But then I want you to turn around 180 degrees. So, Steve, watch out. And I want you to see the back edge of the eye. Okay, so this is the western eye wall that still has to come over us right here. And you can see how dark and stormy it is over there. All right, big difference. We had ASOS wind gusts at 124 miles an hour at Punta Gorda. 124 miles an hour in that northeastern eye wall. Absolutely hammered there. And now, there's debris flying around all over the place. It was nasty to be out here. I won't lie to you. Palm fronds all over the place, like you can see. And I'll tell you one thing, Steph, I don't know if you can see our shot or not. You said your comms are down. But when you start seeing palm fronds like ripped from the trees, healthy trees like that, you know you got your butt kicked. All right? That's the last time I saw pictures like that, seriously, was Wilma in Cancun. It stripped the palm trees like that and also knocked a couple of them over as well. So that's a statement right there in terms of the wind. We may have even had a few vortices roll through town. As a matter of fact, I think I was fooled by one of them in the fact that all of a sudden we got this calm. We were really close to the eye, and then all of a sudden there was nothing. My cameraman, Chris Erickson, pulls the camera off the sticks. We walk around the corner in this calm, and all of a sudden, whoo, here comes the backside of this vortex. Almost took me off my feet. Crazy stuff. All right, we're north of 1 million without power right now. We've had radar estimates of anywhere from 5 to 15 inches of rain. That's what Steph's dealing with. She never got into this little calming, dirty eye here. All right, so she's still in that. But we're going to deal with that too, because it's going to come rotating down this way. Now, the other thing I was telling you about, and I want you to remember this, is before when we had that east-southeast wind in the eye, it pushed all that water from Charlotte Harbor onto the west side of the harbor. Now, with this calming of the wind and eventually what is going to be a northerly component of the wind and even northwesterly, it's going to allow that water to slosh back on the eastern side. So how much does that water rise come into play here in Charlotte Harbor or even to Punta Gorda? That's what we're about to find out. So we took a big hit. There's still debris flying around, for goodness sake, and the wind's hardly blowing with that. But now you're talking about the best potential for storm surge here in the Punta Gorda area and on the east side of Charlotte Harbor. All right? So keep that in mind. We are halfway over and about to start the second half of this game. And we got a long way to go. More power outages. We're without power here. You can hear the alarms going off in the garage, okay? But we're just littered with debris here. And, of course, now the rain is starting to come back up. The wind will gradually pick up and up and up and up. The body armor goes back on. The helmets will go back on as well. So we'll be dealing with the backside of this thing for a while. We'll give you coverage as long as we can. But holy smoke. Hang in there, everybody. You're going to deal with this. And I just saw my friends in Bonita Springs took a major hit there. They became a part of the Gulf of Mexico today in Bonita Springs, Florida.
and fall. And if you were watching our live stream,
the strongest flow of winds and unfortunately, got that storm surge that we were predicting. Many of you have seen the footage on social media. It's very sad to see it unfold. And then it's probably starting to come up here in Fort Myers as well. So maybe Naples is out of the bullseye for the storm surge. Water should start to come down, but probably starting to come up pretty quickly in and around the Fort Myers area. And in fact, you can see that on our tide state. So this is an instrument that is measuring the height of the ocean. And look how rapidly it is rising. And this is going to continue as those winds continue to pile the water into those enclosed areas. And this is why storm surge is so dangerous, is because the water rise is so quick. And you're seeing that play out on social media with people saying that the water came up by so many feet and very, very quickly. So this is why storm surge is so dangerous. Remember, now we're getting into this has probably happened. So this is not so much as a forecast, it's either happened or happening. So I want to draw your attention a little bit up into this portion, because this is the forecast. This is the forecast that as Ian comes back out over the Atlantic and turns back to the northwest into Georgia and South Carolina, they themselves are going to have a significant storm surge. Now, these numbers might seem low relative to these larger numbers that we've been advertising in Florida, but don't let this fool you. This portion of the coastline is very low and flat, and these numbers will be very impactful if they, in fact, are materialized. Storm surge warnings along the west coast of Florida, they're in effect as we speak, but I want to draw your attention up into this area. So North Florida, from about Palm Coast northward through much of coastal South Carolina, including Savannah and Charleston, now under a storm surge warning, including, this is going to fool people, the St. Johns River. So if you live along the St. Johns River, you're not out of the woods just because you're not at the coastline. The actual ocean will push into the river and flood in sort of a counterintuitive way. So please, if you're watching us from here, take any necessary action to protect you. I alluded to this earlier. As the storm moves across, cuts a swath across the Florida peninsula, then emerges back out in the Atlantic and basically turns or hooks back into coastal Georgia and South Carolina. The blue here denotes tropical storm warning. So you can see just a huge swath of wind cast almost virtually across the entire state of Florida. The red, hurricane warnings. So you can almost envision the core of the strongest winds punching right across the state. And this graphic, I think, really helps unpack it the best. The red here is the hurricane warning. This is where the greatest potential is for really damaging winds. The blue, the darker blue, tropical storm warnings, and then this lighter blue, the tropical storm watch. So what's interesting in this is how far the winds can go inland over South Carolina, possibly as far as Columbia. So these things aren't just a coastal phenomenon. If you're inland, you really have to pay attention with these winds as they cut across the state of Florida and then back up into South Carolina. But the story I really want to start hounding now is the flooding potential. The flooding potential along the I-4 corridor of Florida. Look at this. If you've been following along, these numbers have gone up now in excess of 20 inches potential from about Tampa, or the 20 inches is in around Orlando, but 10 plus inches from Tampa to Orlando back to Jacksonville, which is why we have a high risk for excessive rainfall or flooding. A high risk for flooding along these areas. You're not going to want to be driving around tomorrow because the roads could be flooded. Very, very, very dangerous. So I think that's the last graphic. That's it from the Hurricane Center. We'll be keeping you updated as this storm unfolds. Please be safe over the next couple of days.
Let's see, and this is Orlando. So what we're doing right now is taking a rotating shot of some of the different areas. Orlando, as we know, millions of people had to evacuate those areas that were first hit where the hurricane made landfall and evacuated to those areas. We'll have several live reports here throughout the hour, but for now, we'll send you.
Yeah, very difficult to just kind of see what's happening in these images, these cameras that are high above, but you can see it's gray. The storm is bearing down on this area, and it's going to be hours before we really get an idea of what's happening. The full extent of the damage won't be known until the storm passes, but the winds are so strong that many communities are going to be impacted. You can see this damage in Placida, Florida, just north of where the storm made landfall just after 2 o'clock today.
And as we've been saying all day, Ian, one of the most powerful storms ever recorded in the U.S. We appreciate you joining us tonight. I'm Amy Hockert.
And I'm Kelsey Carlson. The area of impact is so big that 2.5 million people, think about that for a minute, were given evacuation orders. And tonight, calls of support and promises of help are pouring in from across the country, and that includes right here in Minnesota.
Many Minnesotans call that west coast of Florida home. We have been in contact with National Guard Bureau as they're starting to put out some of the missions. We're watching those very carefully. We have a formal emergency management offer that got put out. It's when they put these calls out, which states are standing ready. We have an all hazards incident management team and a mobile command post ready at the call when that comes.
Now, the massive storm expected to trigger flooding across a wide area of Florida. This is a look at the flooding that you can see so far in Sanibel, just off the coast from Fort Myers. Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard here now. And, storms like this bring with them a wall of water.
Yeah, and we talked about that last night. It was one of the big three. First of all, it's the winds, then it's the storm surge and flooding, and third comes tornadoes, widespread tornadoes, well away from the landfalling hurricane. So here's the last 6 hours. You can see this monster of a storm, and there are a couple of key takeaways here. First of all, the storm's forward speed is only about 9 miles per hour. A storm this big, moving this slow, would be like tornadoes sauntering through a neighborhood. The damage becomes much more widespread and much more developed. Now, that's only one factor. The second factor here is where it comes on shore. You look toward Fort Myers and Sarasota, you could really call Punta Gorda your ground zero as the eye continues to move on through. Let's talk about the winds. You want to talk about concentric winds? This is a wind field. Punta Gorda just